of everything he's doing. Okay. Okay, so they're each on separate beds. Okay, perfect. So they don't need to be numbered. Okay, great. Thank you.
right. Alan, you have a good job. She's doing a great job. She's doing whatever she tells me. She's good there. You got the best. Yeah, we gave her foundation and she went over and everything she knew from us to help Rodney.
My whole legislative shop has ties to you. Liz is from your district.
You got a bright future. Sir. You're gonna be here a long time.
I like the way you talk.
Jamie went who? John Citizen.
Rodney, the way you pivoted on that deal, you were in the old book.
that's get out of your way. No, I'm oh, the whole package. I'm 0 for 2, but I have 2 great children and 1 dear friend out of it. So far, maybe the other one was coming. Jimmy, how your kids?
His son just graduated from Iowa State University.
The big football player. What's he gonna do? Did he get an invitation? So he's going back. So he's not. So he's going over here. Jeez. Wow. Joe, did she get an extra?
He says it's safer than
Safer than my dinner.
You know, it's a sad day. We moved it to that. I just want you to know what you make up.
Size doesn't
what
make
you-
any difference.
What you lack in numbers, you make up for in passion.
We've been trying to catch Ford
There you go.
all yesterday. He was stuck in the airport, and I got stuck in the airport.
Test 1, 2. Welcome to the 012 marathon that we are on. And we hope and trust that we will expeditiously handle our duties this year. On a personal note, you may or may not have heard of the death of Rodney Frelinghuysen's father. He passed away yesterday. Peter Frelinghuysen Jr. Represented the state in Congress for 2 decades, member of one of the state's oldest political dynasties. Died at his home in Harding Township at the age of 95. Rodney says of his father, he was always my role model. And he followed his father's footsteps as a member of the House from New Jersey. His father served as an intelligence officer in the Navy during World War II, was elected in 1952 on the same ticket as President Dwight Eisenhower, went on to represent largely affluent Morris and Somerset counties until 1974. He was the 5th member of that family to serve in Congress after his great-great-great-grandfather, Frederick, joined the Senate in 1793. And the 4 family members who served in Congress had all been senators. So we mourn the passing of our friend Rodney Frelinghuysen's father. And I know all of you will want to speak a word with him when he rejoins us. We want to welcome you to the first meeting of the full committee for the 012 appropriations process. We started this year in uncharted territory with none of the 11 appropriations bills passed into law, and in fact, most of the bills not having made it past subcommittee. That led to a very difficult 4 months and a seemingly endless CR process for 011. Now that that process is finally over, I'm sure all of you share my relief that we have moved on to our very important work funding the government for the next fiscal year in regular order. I can't stress enough how important it is to our economic recovery that Americans feel secure that the government is moving to put our fiscal house in order while making hard decisions that can and will protect and fund the crucial programs and services on which they rely. When I became chairman of this committee, I vowed that under our watch, the Appropriations Committee would carry out the will of the American, that we must reestablish financial health and vitality in the country by cutting spending and opening the appropriations process for the world to see. There's no better time than now to return to regular order, to complete the bills in a timely fashion, and to restore our nation's trust in how we spend the people's money. And I think I'm joined in that regard by my friend, Mr. Dix, to restore regular order to this process. This committee has a long-standing tradition of comity. I know that as we move forward with this year's bills, though we may have disagreements about how best to deal with our nation's deficits, we will maintain the mutual respect that has come to be a hallmark of this committee's meetings. In this vein, I want to thank Mr. Dix, the ranking member, for his hard work so far this year, as well as his support for returning to regular order and keeping the appropriations process open and functioning smoothly. I feel lucky to have him as my counterpart, and I'm looking forward to working with him and the fine members of this committee throughout this process. We've set out an ambitious schedule, and to the best of our ability, intend to get all of our bills to the full committee by August. And we're asking for floor time to get at least 9 of the bills through the floor by that same deadline. Now, that's going to demand much of each of the members of this committee. And in advance, I want to thank you for all the hard work you've already put in during hearings, for example, and all the hard work that you will be called upon to perform in the next several months. We've had in excess of 150 hearings in these subcommittees over the last 2 months, exercising, I think, the biggest part of your responsibility, which is effective oversight of how the monies are spent by the executive branch. And you've worked hard on those, and we appreciate it. One word on process. As we move forward in full committee, where we will be spending a lot of quality time together, which I look forward to, and I'm sure you do, we will be keeping to the 5-minute rule. I would advise members to please limit your remarks to no more than 5 minutes. Now, before we turn to our first order of business, I want to yield to Mr. Dix for any general remarks he would care to make.
Mr. Chairman, because we are on a tight time schedule today, I'll reserve my remarks for the 302B allocation discussion, but I want to compliment you on moving us back towards regular order, and I think this is the right thing for the committee, for the Congress, and I strongly support your efforts to do that, and we will try to cooperate in every way that we can. I must say that I think we share a different economic philosophy. I come from the old school of you got to have some growth in the economy. And the only thing that worries me on this whole discussion is that we think we're doing the Lord's work by making these major cuts. But I worry that they could have a negative effect on the economy and will accomplish exactly the opposite of what people in good faith think they're trying to do. I mean, if you don't have projects, roads, bridges, tunnels, wastewater treatment plants, things of that nature, we should still be doing those things because we need to do them long term. I heard Ronald Reagan on the way in this morning talking about the need for infrastructure. And Ronald Reagan was right. And he said, we've got to make an investment today in order to have a future. So I would urge those of you on the other side of the room to remember what the Gipper said. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. First item of business is the approval of the fiscal year 2012 302B allocations for each subcommittee. to comport with the 302A overall allocation as contained in the budget resolution, H. Conres 34, as passed by the House. In process terms, we have to approve the subcommittee allocations based on the House-passed budget resolution in order to be able to bring our appropriations bills to the floor. This is the architecture for the entire year. And if anything, the most recent developments have borne out the need to act. Last week, our government reached the debt ceiling. We're spending so much money that we've maxed out our credit cards. When you're borrowing more than 42 cents on every dollar you spend, you're in real fiscal trouble. Just as our nation's families have had to do in leaner economic times, the government must reach into its budget and make the hard decisions to cut where we can. These 302B allocations are a reflection of the need to pare down government spending to smart and sustainable levels. We're once again called up to make reductions of historic magnitude. The bills this year will include double-digit reductions for virtually every non-security area of government, while providing additional resources for the nation's critical and urgent needs, such as national defense. This will be challenging, but I believe the bills we bring forward based on these allocations will show that it can be done by prioritizing and being the wisest possible stewards over the efficient appropriation of the available funds. We are changing the way the government spends its taxpayers' dollars, and you'll see this in all 12 appropriations bills this year. These allocations for each of the 12 subcommittees are the starting point for a 2012 process that will help us overcome our unparalleled fiscal crisis to get our economy moving, create jobs, and provide future financial security. I'm hopeful that through our actions, we will help restore Americans' confidence in how we spend their hard-earned tax dollars and keep us on the course to fiscal recovery. I urge support for these 302Bs. Now let me turn to Mr. Dix for any remarks he might have on the 302B allocations.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From the beginning of this Congress, my Democratic colleagues and I have warned you can't balance the budget simply by cutting discretionary spending. The numbers don't work. Today we are considering 302B allocations for fiscal year 2012 that would, in my judgment, cause real harm to the economy and devastate programs that represent vital investments in people and infrastructure all across the nation. Yet these cuts would do next to nothing to balance the budget. Our message has been amplified many times over the past few months by the Bowles-Simpson Commission, the Rivlin-Domenici Deficit Reduction Plan, and by leading economists, including Dr. Kenneth Rogoff, who advised Senator McCain's presidential campaign. Rogoff said earlier this month, "You just can't do this overnight. If we tighten too fast, we would slam growth. The economy will implode on itself. We didn't get here in 2 years and shouldn't try to get out of it in 2 years. And it's not just about cutting spending. The tax take needs to go up too." The Bowles-Simpson Commission issued a stern warning against shocking the fragile economic recovery by enacting spending cuts too quickly. Alice Rivlin and Pete Domenici, chairing the Bipartisan Policy Center's Debt Reduction Task Force, said, "If you cut too quickly, more Americans will lose their jobs." All of these people are right, Mr. Chairman. But what are we doing today? We are considering spending levels in these 302B allocations that ignore all sensible advice, that are dangerously inadequate to fund the needs of the nation, particularly at this time when tangible signs of economic recovery are apparent. And that would reverse the recent gains in job growth. In the last 3 months, the nation added more than 750,000 private sector jobs, with last month marking the strongest job growth in the past 5 years. And we would be risking all of this by adopting the levels that the majority is proposing today. Already, we have seen the employment impact that has taken place from enacted cuts and severe budget restraint at the state and local level. Thousands of government and related jobs lost. Further and deeper cuts at the federal level will undoubtedly delay our nation's economic recovery and will actually work against the efforts to reduce the deficit because of the diminished revenues coming into the Treasury. So I would say to the chairman and my friends on the other side, this is not something you want to do, causing real harm to people in need, making it harder to get an education, providing too little for law enforcement, for environmental protection, and for Homeland Security, and in doing so, pushing the economic recovery further into the future, so balancing the budget will be harder to achieve. It seems to me, Mr. Chairman, that these allocations, if implemented, would make it impossible to support the investments we as a nation need to make. The Homeland Security Bill is a perfect example, funding frontline federal personnel, the CBP, ICE, TSA, Coast Guard, and Secret Service, and adding needed funding for disaster relief doesn't leave enough to support our state and local partners, including the first responders who must react to terrorism threats and natural disasters. On the energy and water bill, the allocation is nearly $6 billion below the president's budget request and $1 billion below the current year. In the context of historic flooding in the Mississippi Basin, an area that makes up 41% of the continental U.S. and encompasses part of 31 states, this allocation will probably mean inadequate funding to meet the nation's needs. Several years ago, we spent more money rebuilding one community, New Orleans, than we did in nearly 3 years on every other water project in the country because we had not made the proper initial investments. With this allocation, we continue down that path, having learned nothing from the tragedy. Approximately half of energy and water bill is defense related, including the nuclear weapons program and non-proliferation activities. Given instability in the Middle East and elsewhere, these programs are more important than ever. At this allocation, we may not be able to provide the level of national security we need. The labor HHS education bill will be cut by $18.2 billion below last year and $41.6 billion below the presidential request level. This represents not a return to 2008 levels, but a return to FY 2004 levels. Pell Grants, Head Start, NIH all would face disturbing cuts. The Transportation HUD and the Agriculture Bill will each be cut by more than 13% below last year's level. The Commerce, Justice, Science Bill faces deep cuts also, despite the need to increase funding for FBI, federal prisons and detention, and restore funding for weather satellites or take a risk and a gap in weather data. In 2006, the Bush administration committed to double the funding for certain science investments over a period of 7 years. The Obama administration renewed that commitment. For the first time, we in Congress fell off track in last year's bill, and I'm concerned that this allocation will only take us further off track. I appreciate and completely support Chairman Rogers' commitment to regular order in committee and on the floor. I renew my pledge to provide whatever procedural support the minority can offer. However, when the starting point is an unrealistic and dangerous allocation, I fear that we cannot complete the process. At these numbers, many of these bills will be extremely difficult to pass in the House and impossible to pass in the Senate or be signed into law. I cannot support this allocation and urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Is there further general discussion? Mr. Lewis, Chairman Lewis.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. First, let me congratulate both you and Mr. Dix for your commitment to taking our committee back to effective work at the subcommittee level. Over the years, I have found that at that subcommittee level, you find the voices and the minds of the best on both sides of the aisle coming to address problems that, to a very high percentages, are not partisan problems per se. The thoughtful input of members at that level allow us to lead ourselves to the best alternatives to meet the challenges of the country. John McCain's advisor was correct in saying that you cannot do this overnight. That is, return to some sensible level of spending overnight. But I don't believe there's anybody in the room who would disagree with the fact that we, over the last 4 years, have raised the levels of spending across the board in discretionary accounts to the point where many a pipeline is stuffed with money. And indeed, if we're willing to take a hard look at what has happened with that money and back off and say, let's consider reallocating one more time, we can meet the immediate challenges, lay the foundation for a positive long-term, and at the same time make sense out of our national economy. The stimulus package, everybody knows, was almost a disaster in terms of funds that were thrown at programs to find solution. You don't find solution by throwing money against the wall. Between now and then, however, this is the committee that will be allocating non-discretionary funding most effectively. And if we work together, join hands and say we're going to seek those positive alternatives, I know that this committee will lead the Congress back to a direction that makes sense for our economy. So with that, congratulations one more time to Mr. Dix and to our Chairman Rogers, and I look forward to a very positive year.
Mr. Lauro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I rise in strong opposition to these drastic cuts in the majority's budget allocation. My view, they are reckless and they are ill-conceived. Whether by neglect or design, under this allocation, our government cannot meet even its most basic responsibilities to the American people. I believe the majority has chosen to slash common sense priorities of the American mainstream in order to preserve oil subsidies, tax breaks for the wealthy, but the cuts, which are reckless, go farther than that. Their allocation for labor-age appropriations is $41 billion below the president's budget request, $18 billion below this year. Current levels are already painfully low at 2008 levels. Now the majority wants to take us back to 2004. That is, in actual dollars, no adjustment for inflation or population growth. And of course, not taking into account the increased need for services and state budget shortfalls as a result of this great recession. This means not just a haircut for many vital programs, it is surely elimination. If the majority intends to go back to 2004 levels in the 2012 Labor HHS bill, we are potentially looking at the following. Title I education grants getting slashed by $2.2 billion, Head Start by $800 million, NIH by $2.9 million, LIHEAP by $2.8 billion, the Corporation for National and Community Service, including AmeriCorps, by $724 million. Those are just numbers, but let me make it real, because budgets are real documents. They're about people's lives. We are talking about kids losing the opportunity for preschool education, seniors being forced to choose between eating or staying warm, potentially life-saving medical studies put on hold or stopped completely. In fact, the allocation would mean we have to cut $7 billion more from Labor H than what was called for under the already drastic proposals in H.R. 1. How can we make believe that this is 2004? That's just the Labor H side of the ledger. American people fare no better on the agricultural appropriation, and my colleague Mr. Farr will talk about that. The chairman has proposed they're slashing $2.7 billion this year. That means cutting food safety below fiscal year 10 and 11 levels when we're trying to implement the landmark Food Safety Modernization Act. It means vital hunger nutrition programs would be starved of resources, to say nothing of the children who will be starved. This is all part of a troubling pattern in the majority's plans. Taken in total, this budget gets about 2/3 of its total cuts from programs that serve low-income families in the first 10 years. It cuts all of those services to the most vulnerable Americans while providing, yes, $40 billion in subsidies to the big oil companies. Let's remember, these drastic cuts are not inevitable. They are the result of specific policy choices being made by the majority. Contrary to the will of the American people, the majority insists on reducing the deficit entirely through domestic spending cuts, even as tax revenues relative to the size of our economy are now at their lowest level since 1950. Yet, we are told that revenues must be entirely off the table. No closing of tax loopholes, no repeal of unwarranted tax breaks for big oil, no returning of tax rates for high-income people to the levels that prevailed during the prosperous 1990s. If the choice is to reduce the deficit only by cutting domestic spending, these allocations are the result. It is not a good result. Not for school children, research on cancer and other deadly diseases, workers who need training to prepare for the jobs of the future, or for people who need to get their Social Security benefits in a timely way. The allocations hurt our economy, cost us jobs, put the health and safety of families at risk, and it does all of this, while giving oil companies and the special interests a pass. As I said when the majority originally passed this budget, the American people expect better from us. They want our budget to reflect common sense, mainstream priorities that are good for our country and good for the middle class. We can and we must do better. These allocations do not allow us to do better. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Culberson.
Mr. Chairman, let me point out very quickly, and I'll hand this out for everybody to see later, that the federal government took in $2.23 trillion in revenue this year, but we're obligated to pay out $2.33 trillion in mandatory spending for Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, interest on the national debt, and our veterans benefits. That's our national mortgage payment that must be paid before we do anything else, as in our personal life, you set aside the mortgage, and then whatever's left is what you have available for everything else. So that means that at the stroke of midnight, on the first day of the fiscal year, America is already $105 billion in debt. So therefore, every dollar that this committee spends is borrowed. We don't have the money anymore. We have to solve the entitlement problem. We have to make sure that these social safety nets are secure for the people that really need them, and we have to get our budget balanced. And the only way to do that is for this committee to do everything we can to control the discretionary year-to-year spending, and then for us all to work together to find ways to make Medicare, Social Security, Medicaid solvent so that our kids don't inherit an absolutely unbearable burden of debt. And then finally, Bill Archer, my predecessor, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, has done an analysis that shows that if you confiscated 100% of all corporate income, that would generate about $1.3 trillion a year. If you confiscate all individual income over $200,000 at 100% tax rate, Chairman Archer estimates that raise about $1.8 trillion, which means that right there, $3.1 trillion a year, if you confiscated every dollar in America, we are accumulating about $8 trillion a year in increased liability. Current value, the increased liability every year of the existing mandatory spending programs increases by $8 trillion a year. We have to do what Chairman Rogers is doing today in reducing the level of spending this committee does year to year. That's the one thing we can control right now today, and to lessen the burden on our kids. And I urge us all to work together to find a way to protect these entitlement programs, to make them solvent, secure, and affordable for our children and grandchildren. We've got to dig out of this hole, and I strongly urge adoption
Would
of
the
these
gentleman
applications.
yield for a second for a question?
Certainly.
Through the chairman. Thank you. Through the chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Through the chair, I'm very interested in your graph there. But my question would be, is that data based upon the Bush tax cuts, or is that based upon a sunsetting of the Bush tax cuts? Because when it was passed with the idea that it was going to be sunsetting. So I was wondering whether that is a calculation based upon the the sunsetting of the Bush tax cuts or the current situation that we find ourselves in?
These are the CBO's current projections as of January 2011. Under the current law, which is all of the Bush tax cuts are extended, under current law, we bring in $2.23 trillion in revenue a year, yet we pay out $2.33 trillion in mandatory and net interest spending every year. So every dollar we spend in this committee is borrowed. So we have to prioritize and figure out where do we cut, and then with the money that's left, how do we prioritize?
Thank you for your response. It would be interesting to see what would happen if we fulfill the original vote that you passed back in the early 2000s when we said that it would sunset, and the calculation would be interesting to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Little housekeeping note here. We plan to break at 10:30 for the joint session, and then resume these deliberations as soon as that session is over. So in about 15 minutes, we'll have to break. So in that vein, let me encourage everyone to be brief, to the point, as well as eloquent. Mr. Fattah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to share the concerns that have been raised by my colleagues about the allocation. I do sympathize with the majority. The Republican budget that passed the House, which that budget presupposes a increase in the national debt limit to $16 trillion. It lays out a course that would have us spend in deficit to 2040 and doesn't deal with the national debt for another 75 years. This budget that the Republicans have passed does put constraints on our committee. It doesn't really deal with, in any way, fiscal responsibility, though. We won't be out of deficit for almost 30 years. The national debt is laid out there for another 75, and it raises the national debt limit by $2 trillion. This is a budget that the majority's passed. It's created these allocations. But I want to say something about the allocations, particularly in terms of commerce, justice, science. Roll Call wrote an editorial, said that we were eating our nation's seed corn if we're going to cut these science programs in a way that we are presupposing they would have to be cut. Now, we have a small country like Singapore put $5 billion into their National Science Foundation. We have China that's built 100 science-only universities in the last 4 years. Our nation is not shadow boxing. It's kind of like the Kentucky Derby. There are other horses on the track. And if we want to win, if we want to win, if we want America to win, if we want to take this country that leads in every important way, this world, and keep us out in front, we're going to have to make investments. Spending in this committee, we spend money that is necessary to be spent. If it wasn't necessary, we could cut out all spending. The reason why we have to build bridges is to get from one place to another. And if we want our country to stay ahead of countries larger than ours, like China and India, or smaller but seemingly very determined, like Singapore and others, we're going to have to make investments in education, in science, in technological innovation. And the reason I said I sympathize with the majority, it is because of this budget that was passed, that allocations have to be set this low. But this is not a budget that was passed by the majority that gets the nation's fiscal house in order. It doesn't balance until 2040. It adds trillions to the national debt. It raises the debt limit. So let's not say that we're cutting programs to get our house in order. Let's be real. These are just choices, political choices that are being made about what to invest in and what not to invest in. So there are choices being made, and wealthy corporations are getting subsidies, wealthy individuals are getting tax breaks, and future scientists and innovators that would have America be number one, they're being shortchanged. And I think we should all be concerned, and we don't want to be a part of a group of people who lead our country into decline. We're trying to invest in America and move it forward, and we should know as appropriators that in some cases we have to invest. And we have to make those investments, and we have to be sober about it, and we have to stand up like adults and talk to our country in a way that they understand that we are competing with others, and we don't want to lose this competition. Thank you.
I wonder how one makes it go on.
Push the red button.
I did push the red button.
We'll try this
Doesn't seem to be doing anything. Mr. Chairman, I guess this one is on, I think. Mr. Chairman, I rise to express my strong concern regarding the 302B allocation proposal before us today. While we do not yet have the details, when you consider that the allocation for the Transportation and Housing Subcommittee is almost $8 billion below H.R. 1, it is not hard to surmise the depth of the impacts. I'm greatly concerned that this allocation will require deep cuts in, if not eliminate, the very programs that have the greatest potential for creating jobs and that provide the foundation needed for a strong economic recovery. Earlier this year, the leaders of the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the AFL-CIO, two organizations which are not usually partners, agreed that we must have greater investment in our nation's infrastructure in order to create jobs and to be competitive in the global economy. Last week, the Urban Land Institute released a report that quantified the lost opportunity, stating that a $2 trillion investment is needed to rebuild transportation and water infrastructure that is meeting the end of its life cycle. Furthermore, the cuts that will be required by this allocation not only exacerbate our critical infrastructure deficit, but will result in job losses and harm our economy's precarious recovery. The Department of Transportation estimates that over $1 billion invested, every $1 billion invested in transportation infrastructure creates nearly 35,000 jobs. That means that every $1 billion reduction will mean the loss of additional construction jobs and will most certainly limit the transportation options and improvements available to our constituents in every one of our districts. In addition, I'm greatly concerned that the proposed allocation may be inadequate to maintain support services and housing for families struggling in our overall economy, and that has struggling in an overall economy that has at least a $10 million job deficit and a continuing tide of home foreclosures. Mr. Chairman, this allocation lacks basic perspective. It makes no more than a ripple in our national debt, but will be a tidal wave to the programs that build our economy's infrastructure backbone and support our fellow citizens who are down on their luck. Today, we will begin to debate the details of the 2012 proposal for the subcommittees of Homeland Security and Veterans Affairs and Military Construction. The 302B allocations for these two subcommittees are above their respective enacted levels for fiscal year 08. But for 6 other subcommittees, the 302B allocations we have before us today are below the enacted levels for fiscal year 2008. The final fiscal year 08 budget was passed in December of 07 and signed by President George W. Bush. That was 4 budget years ago. 23 members, Mr. Chairman, of your party voted for that budget 4 years ago, and we are passing below the allocations for 4 years ago for 6 of the 12 subcommittee budgets before us this year. These allocations for fiscal year 2012 are profoundly inadequate.
If there's no further, he didn't know that. No, I have.
Mr. Chairman, the reason why the ranking members of the subcommittees are expressing their concern about this is going to be one of the most important votes we'll take all year. Because after we take this vote, most of our conversations with the chairs of our subcommittees are going to end, well, I don't disagree, you make a good point, but with the 302B allocation we've been given, I don't have any choice. And that's going to be the conclusion for most of our discussions. My good friend is nodding his head. Huh? He nodded his head, of course. And so that's why we're raising this issue with regard to Interior. A couple $2 billion reduction. Now, the largest funds within the Interior bill are the state revolving funds for clean water and safe drinking water. Just with that's the public plumbing for our country. And just with our own household, out of sight, out of mind, we really don't pay much attention to the plumbing until the toilet doesn't flush or the water coming out of our faucet turns brown, then we realize we've got a problem. Well, the states and localities don't have the money for their water quality systems, and so they turn to the federal government. If we don't have the money to lend them the capital they need, then all of us are going to suffer in terms of public health. I won't belabor it, but I do think it's important to bear in mind what the Bowles-Simpson Commission pointed out. There's more than $1 trillion in tax expenditures. Those are the real earmarks. Ours are nickel and diamond. But in Ways and Means, those are the big ones. They're billions of dollars. They seem to last forever. Many of us think we ought to look at that. We ought to also recognize that at a revenue level of about 14.9% of GDP, it's historically low and it's unrealistically low. So this didn't have to happen. We understand that you don't have a whole lot of latitude once that budget resolution was passed, but we think the American people are going to pay dearly in the years to come, because this is an investment in our physical and our human infrastructure, and we think it's grossly inadequate. So thank you for your attention, Mr. Chairman.
I want to compliment you as well about regular order, but I also want to say that I think we are not doing a professional job in really following regular order. It's not regular order that we cut out of the federal budget the massive amounts that we are. And we're marking up bills today without any input as to what those cuts will do. Mr. Kingston's a great chairman of the Ag Committee, and I'm the ranking member. We had, as we do, thorough hearings. But in none of those hearings were any of the departments asked, if you had to take this kind of cut, what would happen? So we're marking up budgets without knowing what the impacts are. The other problem is that we never have the opportunity to change the law. This is just the amount of money we spend to administer the law. So the train wreck comes when these trickle-down effects affect the services the government provides, and many of them are regulatory, therefore require you to get information or permits from or inspections of products. What happens with these cuts is Secretary Vilsack said, if you don't give me the opportunity to come back to you with recommendations of how to take these cuts department-wide, I have no choice but just to follow the law in laying off people, which means the last hired, first fired. That last person hired might be the most important person that the United States government just hired, and yet they're laid off. So what happens, the train wreck, is that the private sector that needs and individuals who need to come and get their inspections and permits and so on, there's no services for them. The office is closed. The telephone isn't answered. The emails aren't responded to. Just think if you have a requirement to have a driver's license, yet no DMV offices are open. Still have to have it. Driving without it is against the law, and yet you can't get one or can't get it renewed. And that's what I think the consequences are going to be. Last night I had a town hall meeting, electronic town hall meeting. And I was really impressed and thankful, but also concerned that this one soldier told me that how many deployments he's had and how that has impacted his family, and his family is dependent on WIC, which is provides vouchers for women to get access to food for prenatal, newborn, and children. In a sense, we've whacked the hell out of WIC. Don't you think there's a lot of hungry people out there? A lot of hungry children? I mean, and we've just had this whole fight on right to life. And we're going to have a right to get born, but not a right to get fed. There's consequences. There's consequences to these cuts. And Mr. Chairman, in all due respect, we've got a lot of bright people here. We ought to be able to take these allocations and go back, ask the departments to come back with how these cuts are going to affect people, maybe adjust them so that they're not so onerous as these will be as we adopt these budgets today. So I think, yes, we've got to get back to regular order, but we got to get back to being regular, smart people on the Appropriations Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment today that this amendment would strike the 302Bs proposed by the committee, replace them with 302Bs that are aligned with the discretionary spending cap proposed by the Republican Study Committee. Specifically, the amendment would cut discretionary spending.
The gentleman will suspend. Let the clerk report the amendment.
Right.
Amendment to suballocation of budget allocations for fiscal year 2012, offered by
request
Mr.
a waiver
Flake.
of the reading. The gentleman's recognized.
Yes.
To explain it.
I thank the chairman. Specifically, this amendment would cut discretionary spending an additional $41.4 billion compared to the chairman's proposal, bring total discretionary spending for 2012 from $1.019 trillion to $978 billion. This would not reduce defense spending or military construction, Veterans Affairs. It would, however, reduce funding for each of the remaining subcommittees by roughly 10% compared to the chairman's 302Bs. I listened carefully with the gentleman from California just talked about, and that there are consequences to the actions we take here. There are consequences, and there are consequences to not taking our fiscal situation seriously. And I don't think that we fully appreciate in this committee or in the Congress the fiscal situation that we're in. Just over a month ago, Standard & Poor indicated that they are dropping our credit rating unless we get serious about cutting this deficit. This is not serious enough, what we're doing today. And until we get serious, then there are other consequences that will come as well. We'll have a treasury auction and have no takers for our debt. That will come. We know it will, unless we get serious. And if we're not going to get serious on mandatory spending, many of us have put forward proposals to rein in mandatory spending. It seems to be dismissed on the other side. Well, if you're going to dismiss it there, then let's cut discretionary spending deeper. But we've got to get serious about the fiscal situation we're in. Outside of this room and outside of this Capitol, you have state and local governments that are either laughing or crying watching this process today, looking at what they have gone through. My own state of Arizona, real cuts of about 30% this year. And looking at the Congress and seeing us quibble about going back to 2008 levels, I mean, you expect to see or hear the theme song from the Grapes of Wrath playing, like 2008 was somehow this year that we can't get back to. This is a serious situation we're in, budget-wise. And I believe, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, that we've got to cut more than the 302Bs do right now, and that's what this amendment is for. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? If not, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. No. Noes appear to have it. The noes have it. And the amendment is not agreed to. We want to finish this bill rapidly, and do the amendments immediately after the special session of the House.
Mr. Chairman, don't we have to vote on the 302?
We're prepared to do that. So as soon as this vote is complete, we will recess until, what, 15 minutes? 15 minutes after the conclusion of the special session. I want us back to finish the two bills that are being marked up today. Now, on final passage of 302B, all in, I'm sorry.
Got a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Any further amendments? In that case, I recognize the gentleman from Florida, the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the Section 302B suballocations be approved.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. No. The ayes appear to have it.
On that, I ask for a recorded vote.
Recorded vote is requested. Is there a show of hands? Sufficient number? Roll call.
Mr. Adderholt?
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt votes aye. Mr. Alexander?
Aye.
Mr. Alexander votes aye. Mr. Austria? Aye. Mr. Austria votes aye. Mr. Bishop? No. Mr. Bishop votes no. Mr. Bonner?
Aye.
Mr. Bonner votes aye. Mr. Calvert?
Aye.
Mr. Calvert votes aye. Mr. Carter? Aye. Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Cole? Aye. Mr. Cole votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw? Aye. Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Culberson?
Aye.
Mr. Culberson votes aye. Ms. DeLauro? No. Ms. DeLauro votes no. Mr. Dent?
Aye.
Mr. Dent votes aye. Mr. Diaz-Balart?
Aye.
Mr. Diaz-Balart votes aye. Mr. Dix?
No.
Mr. Dix votes no. Mrs. Emerson?
Aye.
Mrs. Emerson votes aye. Mr. Farr?
No.
Mr. Farr votes no. Mr. Fatah?
No.
Mr. Fatah votes no. Mr. Flake?
No.
Mr. Flake votes no. Ms. Granger?
Aye.
Ms. Granger votes aye. Mr. Graves?
Aye.
Mr. Graves votes aye. Mr. Hinchy?
No.
Mr. Hinchy votes no. Mr. Honda? No. Mr. Honda votes no. Mr. Jackson?
No.
Mr. Jackson votes no. Ms. Capter?
No.
Ms. Capter votes no. Mr. Kingston?
Aye.
Mr. Kingston votes aye. Mr. Latham?
Aye.
Mr. Latham votes aye. Mr. LaTourette?
Aye.
Mr. LaTourette votes aye. Ms. Lee?
No.
Ms. Lee votes no. Mr. Lewis?
Aye.
Mr. Lewis votes aye. Mrs. Lowy?
No.
Mrs. Lowy votes no. Mrs. Lummis?
Aye.
Mrs. Lummis votes aye. Ms. McCullum?
No.
Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Moran?
No.
Mr. Moran votes no. Mr. Nunnally?
Aye.
Mr. Nunnally votes aye. Mr. Olver? No. Mr. Olver votes no. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Price?
No.
Mr. Price votes no. Mr. Reberg?
Aye.
Mr. Reberg votes aye. Mr. Rogers?
Aye.
Mr. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Rothman?
No.
Mr. Rothman votes no. Ms. Roybal Allard? Ms. Roybal Allard votes no. Mr. Schiff?
No.
Mr. Schiff votes no. Mr. Serrano?
No.
Mr. Serrano votes no. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Simpson votes aye. Mr. Visklosky?
No.
Mr. Visklosky votes no. Mr. Wolf?
Aye.
Mr. Wolf votes aye. Mr. Womack?
Aye.
Mr. Womack votes aye. Mr. Yoder?
Aye.
Mr. Yoder votes aye. Mr. Young?
Aye.
Mr. Young votes aye.
Members are advised that the committee will reconvene at 15 minutes after the end of the joint session. On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 21. The motion to adopt is passed. Committee stands in recess.
did a mic check, but we didn't leave any on. No, they weren't on. I mean, they were on, but I mean, yes.
Testing, 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 testing. Testing, 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 testing.
Can you hear this? Yeah. What about this? Yes.
Testing, testing.
Makes it hard to tell if they're on or not because it's just a button.
Stay on, but when they come in,
Mics you can tell when they're on.
come on like this.
That's what happened.
Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing.
I write the D's and leave a space, and then as Republicans fill that in, or vice versa. And then write the
Yeah, these light.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing.
Testing, testing.
Testing.
Testing, testing. Testing, 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 testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing, testing, Mike.
Testing, testing. Am I on? Should I get off?
Committee will be in order. Before we move to the Homeland Bill, I want to recognize Mr. Dix for an announcement of his intentions.
Yes, we just want to ask for additional views.
Without objection. Is that it? Next order of business is the Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, and we will now yield to the chairman, the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Adderholt, to present the bill.
I thank the distinguished chairman. It's my honor to present to the full committee the first subcommittee appropriations bill for FY 2012. In particular, the subcommittee appropriations bill for Department of Homeland Security. This bill before us today, perhaps more than any other bill, exemplifies the difficult choices that need to be made in order to address our nation's financial crisis. This bill demonstrates how we can fully fund vital security programs while also reducing spending overall. Furthermore, this bill does not represent a false choice between fiscal responsibility and security. Both are national security priorities, and both are vigorously addressed in this bill before us this afternoon. I am under no illusion that everyone here this afternoon will agree with the spending reductions that's included in this bill. But now more than ever, our government needs fiscal discipline, and the bill takes necessary steps toward that goal. So at this time of skyrocketing debt and persistent threats, we must get our Homeland Security priorities right. This bill before us this afternoon provides $40.6 billion in discretionary funding. That's almost $3 billion, which is 7.0% below the request, and $1.1 billion, 3% below FY 2011 level. There is no earmarks in this bill or the accompanying report. This bill makes it a priority to fund our nation's greatest security needs, fully funding all frontline personnel such as Border Patrol, CBP officers, ICE agents, Coast Guard military personnel, and Secret Service agents, and fully funding all intelligence, watch listing, and threat targeting functions. In addition, this bill provides funding where the administration and the DHS have failed. This bill makes up for nearly $650 million shortfall handed to us by the department through a phony, unauthorized fee collection. It is irresponsible for the administration to submit a budget based on an illusion that Congress is going to raise taxes or fees, especially in this current economy. This bill also addresses the wholly inadequate request for disaster relief funding and provides resources to help our communities recover from natural disasters, like the unprecedented flooding across the Mississippi River Valley and the tornadoes that devastated my home state of Alabama just a few weeks ago, not to mention the recent tornadoes in Minnesota and Missouri. However, programs have been underperforming and failing to execute budgets, which have repeatedly thwarted Congress's directives to measure their results, are going to be significantly reduced in this bill. In short, this bill makes a priority the taxpayers' limited dollars towards security programs that will have an immediate impact upon our nation's security and responsibly reduces spending wherever possible. The bill is construed around three core priorities. Number one, fiscal discipline. Number two, targeted investments in security operations and disaster relief. And number three, meaningful, hard-hitting oversight. On fiscal discipline, the bill goes further than simple spending cuts. This bill insists upon real reform. Reform in how the department justifies its budget. Reform on how FEMA manages its first responder grants. And reform on how FEMA, the department, and the administration budget for the cost of disaster recovery. On security, this bill includes nearly $150 million worth of targeted investments above the budget request for security operations. The frontline programs that are among the most critical at keeping our nation secure, and those activities that directly countered recent terrorist attacks and address known threats. On disaster relief, I have seen firsthand the devastation that natural disasters can inflict upon a region over the past few weeks. and I can tell you that my constituents in the state of Alabama are expecting FEMA to get it right. So this bill picks up from where we left off on the FY11 bill and provides an increase of $850 million above the request and within the budget for FEMA's disaster relief fund to address the known and expected cost of disasters for FY12. Finally, on oversight, this subcommittee has a long tradition of insisting upon results for each and every taxpayer dollar that is appropriated. This is a testament to the previous leadership of this subcommittee, that it was exhibited by the founding chairman of this subcommittee, Chairman Rogers, and by my predecessor, and now the subcommittee's ranking member, Mr. Price. Let me say to both of them, I've attempted to continue your dedication to frontline security programs, robust oversight by including numerous spend plan requirements, reporting requirements, operational requirements such as Border Patrol staffing levels, and an increase in ICE detention capacity. Now, I know there have been some criticism on the funding level of this bill in recommending the FEMA's first responder grants. Let me emphasize that not only is there more than $13 billion in the pipeline that has not been spent, but FEMA has yet to establish a credible method for measuring the impact of these grants. So this bill takes bold steps to get FEMA's fiscal house in order, requiring accountability for every dollar spent, requiring a plan for drawing down the enormous unexpended balances, consolidating the grant programs, and rewarding programs like emergency management performance grants that actually spend their funds wisely and are willing to measure their results. I know how important first responders are to our nation's preparedness. We all see it every day. But we simply cannot keep throwing money into a clogged pipeline when our debt is soaring out of control. I believe it is our duty to reform these grant programs. Mr. Chairman, this bill is about putting priority on our limited tax dollars while robustly supporting the most essential functions. The Department of Homeland Security, with all its critical missions, is not immune from physical discipline. That means the department has to find the most effective, cost-effective way to meet its mission requirements. The American people are demanding no less. In closing, let me first thank Ranking Member Price. Although this has certainly been a turbulent year, he has been a statesman and a true partner as we have moved forward on this vital bill. I sincerely thank him and his professional staff for their input and their contributions. In addition, I also like to thank the chairman and ranking member of the full committee, Chairman Rogers and Mr. Dix. As much as we had to make difficult choices and trade-offs at the subcommittee level, I know you both, Mr. Rogers and Mr. Dix and Chairman Rogers, you both had to make much more difficult decisions when you're dealing with all 12 subcommittees. I sincerely believe this bill reflects our best effort to address our nation's most urgent needs, security, and fiscal discipline. I urge my colleagues to support this measure, and I look forward to working with you as we move this bill through the legislative process. Thank you.
Thanks, the gentleman. The chair yields to the distinguished former chairman, ranking member of the committee, subcommittee, David Price.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm pleased that we're proceeding today with our standard process, the process of a full committee markup for the fiscal year 2012 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. Pleased that we expect to see this bill on the floor next week. As the chairman, our subcommittee chairman, has already stated, the bill provides $40.6 billion, a 6.8 decrease below the president's request, and more than $1 billion less than the current year funding for the fiscal 12 bill. At this level, you're funding the Department of Homeland Security at roughly the 2009 level, which is concerning to a lot of people, including myself. This allocation has required you to make some tough decisions this year, and I want to thank you for your kind words about our cooperation. I want to echo those words. We have had a positive and cooperative relationship between ourselves, with our staffs, and we've done the best we can. And yet there are some disagreements and some problems that seem virtually irreducible, and they will some of them we'll address in amendments and see how that goes. But I want to just briefly here at this opening stage elaborate some of the ways in which we agree and some of the ways we disagree with the decisions that the chairman has made in this subcommittee mark. I first want to start by applauding the chairman and the staff for working to retain adequate funding for the frontline employees of the Department of Homeland Security so that they can continue to conduct critical operations along our borders, to protect our nation's airports and seaports, and to respond to the spate of natural disasters that our country has experienced this spring. The bill also addresses some weaknesses in aviation and maritime cargo security efforts. It permits the hiring of additional CBP officers at the ports of entry, and it enhances integrity programs for border personnel. It enhances the department's overseas efforts to better secure our visa processing. It increases Coast Guard personnel for marine safety and environmental response, something very clearly needed after the Deepwater Horizon disaster. The bill provides sufficient resources to better share information among federal and state and local entities, including our fusion centers. Having said all that, there are some troubling aspects to this bill that I want to explain as carefully as I can, the problems that we have with those. One of the worst decisions was to decimate funding for almost every grant program for state and local preparedness, providing a total of $1 billion for all state and local grants. That's 65% below the request, and providing $350 million for firefighter assistance grants. That's almost 50% below an already reduced request. These cuts break faith with the states and localities that depend on us as partners to secure our communities. These cuts will be doubly disruptive because many of our states and municipalities, as you well know, are being forced to slash their own budgets. I can't conceive of any defensible argument for cuts of this magnitude. You note, Mr. Chairman, that one of the main reasons for the cuts to state and local grant programs is because the agency has allowed large pots of money to remain unexpended. And you also note that many of these grant programs are not directly tied to risk. I'd like to briefly address both charges. I concur that the department has struggled to get those entities who receive grants to expend the dollars quickly and efficiently. Many of these funds are tied to longer-term construction projects that require multiple stages of design and permitting and historic preservation reviews before construction can begin. And we should be clear that by and large these funds are obligated. They're already obligated for specific and approved projects. It's just that the money has not left the Treasury because final receipts for completed work have not been turned in by the states and localities. And as you know, FEMA and TSA have been working doggedly to try to improve the drawdowns, something that should be favorably acknowledged, not penalized. And what about that risk assessment? I think members of this committee know that one of the first things I did as chairman of this subcommittee was to mandate a system-wide assessment of DHS's ability to estimate and assign risk to critical programs and infrastructure. This has been a historic challenge to this department. The National Academy of Sciences completed this work and noted that different risk methodologies apply to different types of grants. Most obviously, state grants are largely distributed by formula and are designed to maintain preparedness for whatever risk each state faces and to leave the determination of the priorities largely to those states. Whereas urban area, port, and transit security grants are distributed based on risk, vulnerability, and the consequences of a terrorist attack. So to say that a reorganization of the grant program will allow limited funds to focus on the highest needs and highest threat doesn't hold water if you expect the Secretary to continue funding state Homeland Security grants as your current bill language permits. Because of the statutory requirements to fund each state at a particular level, and by the way, to carve out Stone Garden border security grants, that leaves only $552 million to fund urban areas, port, and transit security grants altogether. And all of these were funded together at $1.25 billion in fiscal 2011. So that's a 56% reduction on top of a 21% cut these programs received from fiscal year 2010 to fiscal 2011. It's important to keep in mind that these grant programs equip our state and local partners to be ready for a disaster so they can mitigate its impact and respond effectively. While this bill rightly seeks to help states and localities rebuild after disaster strikes, it decimates the work required to prepare for disasters before they happen. That exposes our communities to greater risk, and it potentially raises the costs of attacks and disasters when they do occur. This bill recommends other drastic reductions, for example, by cutting research funding in half. Cutting research funding at the department in half. At this level, the Science and Technology Directorate has informed us that it would have to concentrate its remaining resources on aviation security and explosive detection technologies and on a couple of cutting-edge near-term research projects. The rest would go away. Funding for many other critical research efforts underway, critical efforts that we've acknowledged repeatedly, cybersecurity research, disaster resiliency, the improved detection of chemical and biological threats, that research simply could not be funded under this budget. The bill also greatly reduces funds for information technology needs, for automation programs and construction activities. It includes no funding for the new DHS headquarters already under construction and the related lease consolidation efforts. We have been told again and again by the administration that deferring these investments will ultimately affect frontline operations, and it will cost us more money, not less, in the future, and I believe they are very convincing in making that argument. Finally, the bill contains some statutory provisions that I find troubling. While I appreciate the chairman's willingness to continue some of the efforts that I began on prioritizing the removal of criminal aliens when they're judged deportable, I do have serious reservations about mandating government spending on a preset number of detention spaces. This emphasis is contrary to the government's intent to reform the detention system and target its use for only those individuals who require it. In an environment of fiscal restraint, when we fully fund the administration's request for detention spaces, should we also be telling a federal agency that they're not permitted to spend less than a certain amount if the same objective can be achieved at a savings to the taxpayer? That's a contradictory element, I believe, in the bill as reported. While I recognize that the administration's budget left the subcommittee some holes to fill, the real problem here is the bill's allocation. And that's thanks to a completely unrealistic spending cap set by the House Republican budget. We're now seeing the real implications of that deeply flawed plan. It simply leaves no room to keep departmental operations strong while fulfilling our dual responsibility to prepare for and respond to all hazards. So I want to close by reiterating my deep appreciation for the chairman's efforts to work with us on many, many issues, for his valiant efforts to sustain our frontline federal Homeland Security operations. But as you may expect, I'll offer some amendments this afternoon now, to rectify some of the shortfalls I've highlighted in this opening statement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Chair recognizes himself for 5 minutes. As President Eisenhower famously said, our country is entitled to both safety and solvency. We need an adequate defense, but every arms dollar we spend above adequacy has a long-term weakening effect upon the nation and its security, he said. In that vein, this bill maintains the crucial measures that keep our citizens safe, while also protecting them from the very real dangers of uncontrolled debt. Our national security is of the utmost importance, and Americans across the country deserve the safety and peace of mind that herald from strong and well-executed Homeland Security. However, in these challenging economic times, we must also make the most of our limited resources in all areas of government. That means prioritizing our most crucial and effective programs, and in some cases, making difficult cuts to rein in federal spending. This Homeland bill represents our committee's dedication to careful stewardship of precious taxpayer dollars, fully funding critical frontline personnel, operations, and programs, and upholding the highest levels of national security. Where fitting, we've added funding, and where necessary, we've sliced. In the past few weeks, Mother Nature has wrought havoc in the South, demonstrating the need for sufficient disaster relief funding. We've addressed the department's woefully inadequate request for FEMA. We've also bolstered our immigration and border security efforts, ensuring that our men and women on the front lines have all of the necessary operational resources at their disposal. And we've significantly reduced or eliminated ineffective and wasteful programs, while requiring reforms in underperforming programs through heightened oversight to get the most out of each and every one of our tax dollars. As a founding member of this subcommittee, I know this important work is now in the capable hands of its new chairman, Mr. Adderholt, as it was previously under the ranking member, Mr. Price. And I commend the chairman and the ranking member on a job well done. So I urge colleagues to support the bill. Further discussion? Hearing none. Does the chairman have? I'm sorry, Mr. Dix.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the hard work put into this bill by you, Ranking Member Price, and Chairman Adderholt, and the committee staff that has worked long and many long nights to produce the bill for your consideration today. I would also like to commend the majority's efforts to accommodate many of the concerns of the members on the Democratic side. Earlier in this session, we debated the 302B allocations for fiscal year 12 that cut $30 billion below the 2011 levels that were enacted and $102 billion below the President's FY12 budget request. This allocation is thoroughly inadequate to meet the needs of the nation and to maintain the economic recovery. Although this bill's allocation is by no means the worst, it is still a reduction of $1.1 billion below the 11 enacted level and more than $2.7 billion below what the President requested for Homeland Security in FY12. These proposed cuts, which combined with necessary funding increase to Customs and Border Protection and the Secret Service, and the majority's proposed increase of $850 million above the President's request for disaster relief, mean that a lot of programs and agencies will be required to get by on a lot less. I worry that these cuts will leave critical gaps in Homeland Security. This bill proposes to walk away from the critical partnership that has developed between the Department of Homeland Security and the state and local responders who serve on the front line every single day. For most grant programs, state Homeland Security Grant Program, the Urban Area Security Initiative, Port Security Grants, and Rail and Transit Grants, and others, funding has been cut by $2.1 billion below the FY10 levels. The bill also contains no distinct funding level for any of the state and local grant programs. Not only would Congress be backing away from first responders in this bill, it would be abdicating its own responsibility to set program funding levels. These are not precedents I wish to set, and I hope my colleagues feel the same way. The bill also severely scales back federal investments in research into technologies relevant to cybersecurity, chemical and biological detection, and maritime security. The Science and Technology Directorate's research account would be cut 61% below the request and 42% below the 2011 bill. America's technological edge is one of our greatest assets in the fight against terrorism, and I believe that it would be a mistake to retreat from the aggressive pursuit of new solutions. I also want to bring the committee's attention to another disturbing precedent-setting provision in this bill. That would require the President to submit a budget amendment for additional disaster relief funding 3 months before the balance of available fund reaches $800 million. And it would require these additional funds to be fully offset from discretionary budget accounts. Certainly, Democrats as well as Republicans would like to see less reliance on supplemental appropriations to fund known disaster relief needs. But when disaster strikes like Sunday in Joplin, Missouri, or earlier in Alabama, victims need help, and they need help quickly. We should not risk delaying disaster relief because of partisan battles over proposed offsets, nor should we create a mechanism that would tie up the relief process because a disaster did not do us the courtesy of providing 3 months' notice. Thank you, Chairman Adderhold. I look forward to working with you, Chairman Rogers, and Ranking Member Price, and the members of the committee to improve this bill as it moves forward. And again, we appreciate the good cooperation between the chairman and the ranking member of this subcommittee and their staffs.
Thank you, Ms. Dix. Is there further discussion on the bill?
Mr. Chairman, I have a manager's amendment at the desk.
Gentleman's recognized. The clerk will report the amendment.
I ask for unanimous consent that the amendment be considered read.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment contains a few technical clarifications to the bill and the report, and some report language that's been requested by a few members of the committee. This manager's amendment does not include any controversial material and has been drafted in consultation with the minority. I respectfully ask for the adoption of this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Price?
Mr. Chairman, we also ask for the adoption of the amendment. We appreciate the inclusion of several items from our side.
Is there discussion? If none, are you in favor of the amendment? Say yes. Aye. If you're opposed, say no. And the amendment carries. Gentleman, the chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
Ask for unanimous consent.
Satterholt, amendment to fiscal year 2012.
Be considered read.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, this is a straightforward amendment that provides $1 billion to ensure FEMA's disaster relief remains solvent for the rest of this year. This amendment ensures FEMA's recovery efforts are not interrupted, and those affected by recent horrific disasters can continue to get the assistance they deserve. I think we all know of the raw devastation that occurred and that is occurring in the Midwest and in the South. The tornadoes that ravaged Mississippi, Georgia, Virginia, and my home state of Alabama were nothing short of catastrophic. Hundreds of lives were lost, and tens of thousands are in need of housing and other assistance. The floods occurring up and down the Mississippi River have destroyed thousands of acres of farmland and countless homes. Floods that are continuing as we speak here this afternoon. And just 2 days ago, as has already been mentioned here this afternoon, Joplin, Missouri, and communities in Minnesota were hit hard by violent tornadoes as well. Mr. Chairman, we cannot sit idly by while so many people are suffering. We need to act and act now. FEMA is projecting that under the best case scenario, the disaster relief funds will essentially dry up by the end of the year. That means sometimes to mid to late summer, FEMA will have to freeze its recovery operations and only fund what they call immediate needs. This means recovery, rebuilding, and general assistance will have to stop. Mr. Chairman, we cannot allow this to happen, and that's why I'm offering this amendment here this afternoon. This amendment adds $1 billion to disaster relief efforts. It is targeted and is responsible. In fact, it's paid for. Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you, and I want to tell you that, let you know that I think you would agree that there is a time and a place to apply emergency funding. If the recent disasters that have affected the South and Midwest aren't emergencies, I don't know what are. This amendment does not abuse the emergency designation. This amendment transfers $1 billion for disaster relief and rescinds $500 million so that this amendment is outlay neutral from the stagnant Department of Energy's Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program. Fiscal year 2009 funds were labeled as emergency, having been grossly underutilized and have been languishing in the federal coffers. Mr. Chairman, let's transfer and rescind these funds that are not serving the public interest and put them toward genuine emergencies. Let's put these funds to real use and help our constituents get back to their feet and to rebuild their homes. Now, I know that there will be additional cost of long-term rebuilding in many of the hardest hit communities. I know that it is certainly the case in Alabama, but we don't know the extent of the damages in Alabama. Needless to say, from the floods and the events that occurred this past weekend in Missouri and in Minnesota, we don't know what the long-term rebuilding plans will be. Those need to be drafted. Those need to be scrutinized. This amendment is focused on the here and the now. This amendment is about sustaining FEMA's relief efforts and ensuring that there is no interruption in recovery efforts for the rest of fiscal year 2011. The President has said he will do all that is necessary to help Alabamians and other victims to get back on their feet. Well, it's been weeks, and I don't think we have the luxury of waiting. I think we have to act. In fact, hurricane season is just days away, and we cannot allow a lapse in disaster relief. I would urge the members of this committee to support this responsible and this much-needed amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Price. Mr. Chairman, I rise in support of the gentleman's amendment to increase the fiscal year 2011 funding for disaster relief. We all recognize, I believe, the severe weather incidents this country's gone through in the past few months and their human and economic toll. And we particularly want to express sympathy and solidarity with the chairman and what his district has undergone. We've certainly been there in North Carolina. We know what this is like, and I think this is a time when we do come together and make certain that the disaster relief funding is there. I do want to express some reservations, mainly to note some concerns for monitoring in the months ahead, both about whether this $1 billion is the right amount for right this moment, and also about the offset proposal. At this time, actually, the Department of Homeland Security is unable to project how much disaster relief funding it will require for the remainder of this fiscal year. Because the annual appropriations was enacted late, the May 19th obligation report showed the disaster relief fund would still have $359 million at the beginning of fiscal 2012. Making it solvent through the end of this fiscal year. However, we also know, and FEMA's informed us, that the solvency prediction is based on several assumptions and caveats, including no new major disaster events before the end of the fiscal year. Estimates for the April tornado events are still very preliminary, and FEMA has no estimate for the recent flooding events to factor in. So it is absolutely correct that we will need more disaster funding before the end of the year. But this amendment is just a guess as to what is needed. It could be a lot more in 2011, or these expenses may not come due, most of them, until 2012. $1 billion certainly isn't going to do the job overall. It'll buy only a few more months of solvency. So we are going to need the administration to submit a supplemental request after fully reviewing all disaster relief needs for the tornadoes, flooding, and other natural disasters that have occurred so far in 2011, not a short-term and partial fix. I also want to register some concerns about the offset proposed. It comes, after all, from another department and from another bill. This amendment would transfer or rescind $1.5 billion in emergency funding, in past emergency funding, from the Department of Energy's Advanced Technology Vehicles Manufacturing Loan Program. Now, this program currently has an unobligated balance of $4.2 billion, but it's hardly fair to describe it as stagnant. There are 9 outstanding applications for loans, the largest one for Chrysler, which is currently paying down, as we know, paying down its existing loans in order to establish viability. So we do run some risk here of jeopardizing American jobs, just as American car companies are beginning to rebound, for disaster relief needs that may not come due until next year. So I support this amendment, but the situation is going to require careful monitoring in the months ahead.
Are there further discussion? Gentleman from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, I would just hope that the chairman of the committee could give us some assurance that taking this money from the Department of Energy won't jeopardize any existing applications that may be pending.
No pending projects will be impacted. Of the $7.5 billion that was appropriated, there's still $4.2 billion remains today, so there shouldn't be any problem with anything that's pending as of today.
Further discussion. Gentleman.
Chairman, if I could interject myself on the question raised by my friend from Louisiana, I do not object to the chairman's amendment. But we're cutting it very close. While we're throwing around the figure of $4.2 billion unobligated, once this transaction between the two bills take place, there's going to be $232 million left in that account for those 9 loan applications. I would suggest to you $232 million is not inconsequential monies, but it's less than 5% of all those commitments that are out there. There is no one, certainly not myself, does not want to meet the tragedies that have already occurred and those that may occur between now and the next fiscal year.
But we have also had an economic tragedy. We have a jobs tragedy. And one of the things that we're going to have to come to grips with, hopefully sooner rather than later when the administration submits their supplemental, is to look at this problem as far as the disaster funding, which could be $10 or $12 billion holistically, and not look for these individual pots, particularly those related to advanced technology for manufacturing in this country. I still want to make things in the United States of America. So I also share the gentleman's reservation, and we are cutting it very close, but I am not opposed to the amendment.
Mr. Chairman?
The last award was for $50 million. That was back in March. There are 9 projects that are currently in the pipeline, which should use no more than $2 billion of the remaining funds. To our knowledge, there is no further projects in the pipeline beyond those 9.
Mr. Honda? Mike?
Hello. Just a quick question of clarification. I agree that cutting it close is a gamble, but the question I have, in terms of the recent CRs that we just did for 2011, has any of that action cut back on the funding for FEMA, and is this a way to revisit the action? Or have we not done anything in the FEMA area in disaster relief?
Yes, in the FY11.
Gentleman, yield.
Here, would you
Yes,
yield?
sir.
In the FY11 budget, we put $1 billion in there, and as of late, they've got $750 million that is currently. Is that right? 750. 438 has been spent in the last 2 weeks. So we have looked at the numbers. This should be ample to keep them funded through the end of the year.
Regaining my time, the question was, is this action part of cover so that because of the CR actions we took previously, did they have to cut their funds in order to meet the requirements that we put out there as a budgetary thing, and is this action required in order for them to be able to be solvent to the end of the year?
No. Actually, if you'll yield, quite the contrary. We put the money that we put in during that time, during the CR, is making it possible for them to do what they're doing today.
Okay, and has there been any discussion about cooperating with other subcommittees such as JCS, where we look at the functions of NOAA and some of the research and some of the work that they do on weather prediction, and having that connected with the kinds of disaster relief and anticipation of weather prediction and the impact that weather would have on our people?
With the gentleman, yes. We may look at that. Right now, this is targeted just on the needs of those that from the victims of the current flooding and tornadoes.
Okay. Thank you. And it just seems to me that in budget development, being anticipatory, even though we may not know what the weather is going to bring us, that the fact that weather is so unpredictable and we have science that can help us, that having unexpended funds that may appear now, and we could call it unexpended or its remaining funds, it seems like when we anticipate future funding, in anticipation of weather that we just can't predict right now, cutting those kinds of funds out seems to be short-sighted, and I think that there's reasons why we have funding that we put in our budget that would anticipate the kinds of things that happen in Missouri. I thank you.
Is there further discussion? The gentleman's amendment, I think, is well placed. The unbelievable and historic disasters that have stricken particularly the South and Southwest are remarkable. We want to be sure that FEMA has the adequate capability to deal with these tragedies that are happening even as we speak. And so I commend the gentleman for the amendment and urge its adoption. Any further comment?
All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The amendment carries. And I think, Mr. Adderhold, do you have another amendment?
No, I don't have any more.
Mr. Price?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment that has.
The clerk will read.
Amendment by Mr. Price of North Carolina,
The
page
reading is
46.
dispensed with by unanimous consent.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I'm offering this amendment on behalf of Congressman Latterette and myself. And what we're trying to do is to restore, and I emphasize the word restore, critical funding for our first responders. The bill before you cuts FEMA state and local programs by a staggering 55% below the enacted level and 70% below fiscal year 2010. Similarly, the bill cuts 57% from firefighter assistance grants compared to 2010 to 2011. With the threat of terrorism still looming large, these cuts ignore key investments at home that make our communities safer. Plainly put, they're terribly short-sighted. Our amendment would increase funding to FEMA state and local grants program by $1.142 billion. That would simply return state Homeland Security grants, urban area security grants, transit and port security, all to their 2011 levels. The amendment also retains $192.7 million recommended in the bill for national training and assistance programs. And I want to say as strongly as I can, this is not an extravagant amendment. There's not an increase of any sort in this amendment. It provides only minimum levels to keep these critical grant programs on track. And these are items that both parties have agreed for years are necessary. Similarly, the amendment increases funding for firefighter assistance grants by $460 million. That would return this program to the 2010 and 2011 funding level. It also restores waivers to the Fire Protection Act that permits the Secretary to retain firefighters during this period of economic downturn, to retain firefighters as well as to hire new ones. During my tenure as chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, I ensured that not only was funding provided for these critical firefighter programs, but that these dollars could be used to retain firefighters that may lose their jobs, rehire firefighters that may have been laid off due to economic conditions, as well as to hire new personnel. Repeatedly, we hear from grateful communities they were able to use these funds for these purposes during tough economic times, and their communities are safer for it. But these same groups also tell me they believe 2012 will be the last year that such waivers are necessary. It's critical that we restore funding to the first responder community. Most often, local governments are the first responders to terrorist attacks, natural disasters, and other emergencies. Local law enforcement, fire, emergency medical, as well as county public health and other public safety personnel are responsible for on-the-ground response and recovery action. Additionally, local communities or public entities own, operate, and secure essential aspects of our nation's infrastructure, such as our ports, transit systems, water supplies, schools, and hospitals. We need to make sure these activities are adequately funded in 2012, and our amendment does exactly that. However, if this bill were adopted as currently written, let me just review for you a short list of the consequences. 1,600 fewer firefighters will be on the job in 2012. Transit agencies will not have funding to hire additional law enforcement officers, adequate bomb-sniffing dogs, or to install explosive screening devices at a time when open-source media reports that al-Qaeda is setting its sights on the U.S. rail system. States and localities will receive greatly reduced funding or be denied funding to harden tunnels and bridges or install surveillance systems at high-risk areas. Ports will not have funds for vessels to protect harbor waterways from a terrorist threat or for maritime training of port police. And according to the National Association of Counties, a reduction in grant programs and their consolidation into one single program, which is what this bill proposes, will result in communities of all sizes not being able to enhance their level of preparedness to deal with all hazards, including potential nuclear, chemical, and biological attacks. Now, the tough allocation this subcommittee was given to work with means these increases are not offset within this bill. And believe me, I scoured the bill for possible offsets. Like Chairman Adderhold, I'm not willing to cut our frontline employees to make sure that our border ports and airports are safe. That's not an acceptable trade-off. nor am I willing to reduce salaries for federal first responders. Now, I hasten to add that my amendment is not intended to set the funding level for the Homeland Security Bill. I offer it in recognition of the fact that there is no budget resolution in place that would set a 302A allocation for the House and the Senate. While it seems possible that the House will do some sort of deeming resolution to set a target for the appropriations process in our body, that hasn't yet been done. The shortfalls we're seeing with the Homeland Bill should help inform the House as to the target it should set for overall discretionary funding. Furthermore, we're still at an early stage of the amendment process. Other members of this subcommittee or full committee may offer amendments to cut other portions of the bill or to rescind other unnecessary prior year funding. In short, appropriations targets and totals for fiscal 2012 remain pretty speculative at this stage. So it's quite possible that further adjustments will be made to the appropriations total, and there may be, of course, an agreement with related to the debt ceiling or other things that we might anticipate that would give us a little more room to work with. What's clear is that the Homeland Security Bill approved by this subcommittee today is seriously inadequate to meet the nation's needs. That's the one point that is not in question. And the purpose of our amendment is to provide this committee with an opportunity to debate, to vote up or down on the importance of state and local preparedness grants and firefighter grants. As the House, Senate, and White House work towards accommodation on discretionary spending for 2012, I trust we'll be able to protect these critical investments from unwise cuts. So I urge members to adopt this amendment. Your vote will restore faith in the hard and necessary work of the first responder community, who will be the first to react to an act of terrorism or natural disaster.
Chairman Adderholt.
I rise in opposition. First, let me point out that this amendment does not provide an offset for these funds. It increases the total funding by $1.7 billion, all of it in excess of the subcommittee's allocation. Based on that alone, I urge the members of the committee to oppose this amendment. But let me say, if a miracle occurred and we did have $1.7 billion to spend, we'd have to still oppose this amendment. The bill before us today was born out of a need for reform. It consolidates various grant programs and provides discretion to the Secretary of Homeland Security. These reforms include funding reductions, requirements for measurement, and requirements for spending that is languishing dollars. And in total, this bill provides $1.7 billion for Homeland Security first responder grants. Of that, the bill provides $1 billion for the Secretary to provide 2 programs that address the highest need and risk. Let me repeat, that is for the highest need and the risk at the Secretary's discretion. This bill provides $350 million each for assistance to firefighters and emergency management programs. However, as we are all aware, not all programs are funded at the previous year's levels. Several issues drove this reduction. First, as of today, almost a decade after the establishment of the Department of Homeland Security, there is no method of measuring what our nation is receiving for the $38 billion investment in these Department of Homeland Security grants. There are no metrics that indicate how much safer we are today and how much safer we will be if we provide additional funds. This lack of quantifiable measurements is intolerable, particularly in light of the economic times we face now. Second, the grant recipients are not spending the funds that have been provided. And I think this is one of the most important aspects to remember. Of the $38 billion that has been provided for first responder grants, $13 billion remains unspent and in the pipelines. In these trying times, we cannot afford to leave funding sitting on the table when other programs need additional resources and debts are skyrocketing. These cuts will not be easy, but they are long overdue and necessary to address our out-of-control federal spending. And I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Mr. Flake.
I want to rise in opposition to the amendment. I think if we were to find an area that needed cuts, after 9/11, we spent a lot of money that we simply shouldn't have at the federal level. And a lot of these programs that simply displaced funding that should have happened locally, and then these local governments become reliant on this federal funding. This is exactly the kind of cuts that need to be made, so the dollar doesn't have to travel locally to the federal government and back again. And so I commend this part of the bill that actually cuts these grants, and I rise in opposition to the amendment.
Is there further discussion?
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Latourette.
Mr. Chairman, one of the most successful pieces of legislation that's been passed during my time here was the Fire Act. And when the distinguished chairman of the subcommittee talks about metrics, I would doubt that there's one member on either side of the aisle in this committee or in the United States Congress that has not celebrated a Fire Act grant to their local communities. I can talk about one, Concord Township, Ohio, that used the fire grant money to buy breathing apparatus that has saved firefighter lives and also the lives of people whose home are unfortunately on fire. Now, I don't think, although I'm happy to join Mr. Price in this amendment, I don't think that this amendment is exactly where it needs to be. If the Homeland Security Bill has taken an 11% cut or a 13% cut, then it seems to me that the fire grants should take an 11 or a 13% cut. However, to go from $810 million, reducing it by 460 down to 350 is, I'm not a mathematician, but it's a lot, and certainly disproportionate to the other cuts within the bill. Now, one of the great things that's occurring now under the leadership of the new speaker is we are, and the chairman of this committee, we're returning to regular order, and we're having amendments, and the House is having the ability to work its will. The committee's having the ability to work its will. This isn't an issue that hasn't been addressed already in this Congress. During the consideration of H.R. 1 for the remainder of fiscal year 2011, there also was a pretty drastic reduction in the Fire Act money. There were two amendments offered on the floor, one by Mr. Price of North Carolina and one by that calm individual, Mr. Pasquarello of New Jersey. On the issue of, and so this isn't a Republican or Democratic issue, on the issue of restoring the level of the Fire Act funds, 132 Republicans voted yes on the Pasquarello amendment, including 11 Republican members of the Appropriations Committee. Then on the issue of waivers, which is also contained in Mr. Price's amendment, his amendment on the floor attracted 79 Republican votes, 9 of which are Republican appropriators. So again, like we're going to see in the next bill on issues affecting labor, on the matter of firefighters, the House has spoken not once but twice. And I would hope that the distinguished chairman of the subcommittee could work with Mr. Price, find a reduction that's fair, stays within the 302B allocations given to the subcommittee, but not treat firefighters to a 60% cut and spare others that same axe. And so I rise in support of the amendment.
Further discussion. Mr. Culberson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask, isn't this one of those programs where there's $14 billion stacked up in the pipeline unspent by state and local governments? And if that's the case, Mr. Adderholt, you're exactly right, Mr. Chairman, that this, they can't even spend the money they've already got in the pipeline. I think it's about, Mr. Chairman,
$13 billion.
$13 billion that they can't, how long has it been there, Mr. Chairman?
Well, there's been $38 billion.
Chairman Yield.
Yes, sir, please, Mr. Chairman.
There's been $38 billion that has been provided for first responder grants, and over the course of the years that these grants have moved forward, and like I said, $13 billion, you are correct, remains unspent. So that's what we're looking at, and that was one of the reasons that these decisions were made.
I strongly support you in this, Mr. Chairman. Urge a rejection of the amendment for that reason. They can't even spend what they got.
Further discussion. The chair recognizes itself. I have two problems with the amendment. The main one, of course, is it violates our 302B allocation and would not be allowed on the floor of the House, but could only result in a delay of this bill while we try to figure out a way to remedy the problem. So it does pose extreme procedural problems. Secondly, as the chairman of the subcommittee has said, the committee is reorganizing these grant programs so that they can be directed toward the highest need and highest threat based on the discretion of the secretary. And to address urban areas with the highest threat, they would limit the funds to the top 10 highest risk urban areas, as it should be. We all support our local first responders. They're absolutely vital. However, they are local first responders. They have a limited federal responsibility. We simply can't afford to pay the salaries and pay the entire costs of local fire departments. That's a local responsibility, a city and county. We have a limited slice of responsibility that we are delegating to our local first responders, and that's what we should pay for. That we should only pay for that portion of their costs. Secondly, as has been said, there are over $13 billion that has not yet been spent, laying in the pipeline. The bill includes language, though, that would direct FEMA to tell us within 60 days of the enactment of this act of a plan to expend all those unexpended balances so that we know exactly where we are. We don't know that yet. And so for all those reasons, I urge a rejection of the, I'll be happy to the chairman.
Let me just address Mr. LaTourrette's comments, and let me say I have supported the grants as well, and certainly been very helpful to my district, my state, as well as so many states. But we are not cutting these out completely. Again, $350 million in each for the assistance for firefighters and the emergency management programs. And you know, we want to work in the future to try to work out to get more funding for those. But right now, under the budget constraints with where we are, I think it would be unwise to move forward with any additional money. So I would urge the members of the committee to oppose the Price amendment.
To finish my statement, reclaiming my time, I urge a rejection of the amendment. Ms. McCollum.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for Chairman Alderholt, please. It's my understanding from listening to Chairman Rogers that the funds will be limited to 10 major cities. Is that correct?
Yes, that's just for the USC grants. This will not be for this.
How many cities, could the chairman please tell me, how many cities currently receive those grants?
31 under FY11.
31. And I believe, in full disclosure, I believe St. Paul, Minneapolis, the Twin Cities, might be one of those. And so let me just paint a picture here. Yes, there are 10 cities that are of significant, and New York being one of them, and I could go around in Los Angeles and the rest. But there's also other major municipalities in the heartland and throughout the United States that are targets as well. In the Twin Cities, we have the Mall of America. We have close and adjacent proximity, 2 nuclear power plants. We just had a power outage at our international airport for about 9 hours that wreaked total havoc. And before I would want to vote on this amendment, I would want to be fully informed as to the impact it's going to have to my state, because right now, my state legislature is totally at an impasse. And I asked Mr. LaTourrette, I said, you know, our grants, maybe some of this money hasn't been spent because states are so broke they can't come up with the matching funds for these grants, but that doesn't mean we walk away from public safety. So I have a lot of questions, and I look forward to talking.
Would the gentlelady yield?
Yes, it would.
Just want to mention there is $1 billion that the Secretary has the discretion over, and for the highest needs and risk out there. So she absolutely has the money in there at her discretion.
Reclaiming my time, I'm a big fan of President Obama's, as you can probably imagine. But I am not seceding any more authority as a member of Congress over to the administration to be making decisions, because part of my job is to be making those decisions and standing up and fighting for the people in my district and my state. With that, I yield back.
Further discussion? Hearing none, the ranking member is entitled to a minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I say, first of all, this allocation problem can be solved. Unlike the chairman, I did not feel free to go outside the bill and outside the department to find an offset. Okay, but it can be done. and I've already indicated why I think it should be done. Secondly, in response to Mr. Flake's point, we're in a post-9/11 era. We all know that first responder funding is going to be mainly a state and local responsibility, and should be. But these departments, these first responders are having to prepare for new kinds of threats, do new kinds of things, buy new kinds of equipment, especially in the most threatened urban areas. And the federal partnership that has helped that occur over the last 10 years is not something we should abandon lightly. The chairman talks a lot about risk. I take a backseat to no one in trying to get risk assessments worked into this process. But he's underestimating, with due respect, he's underestimating the risk assessment that already goes into designating these high-priority areas and high-priority sites. And he's also overlooking the extent to which a lot of these funds are simply distributed on a formula basis and go to all of our states, and we wouldn't want to have it any other way. And finally, the unexpended funds. Well, those funds have been obligated. The processes are underway to bring needed projects and needed improvements online, and that simply is a red herring with respect to this bill. This money is needed. It will be well spent. There's a waiting list of needs to be addressed, and we're talking about maintenance of effort here, my friends. Maintenance of effort. Not increases in any areas, simply level funding for these grants, including the fire grants, and I urge adoption.
All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. No. Noes appear to have it.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Is there a show of hands in support of that? Insufficient number. Any further amendments?
Oh, go ahead. Roll call, Mr. Chairman.
There is.
I say there was not sufficient show of hands.
Could I ask for another show of hands?
Yeah, I think there was, Mr. Chairman.
Sufficient number. Roll call.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Alexander? Mr. Alexander votes no. Mr. Austria? Mr. Austria votes no. Mr. Bishop? Yes. Mr. Bishop votes yes. Mr. Bonner? No. Mr. Bonner votes no. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? No. Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Culberson? No. Mr. Culberson votes no. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Dent? No. Mr. Dent? No. Mr. Dent votes no. No. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Dix? Mr. Dix votes aye. Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson votes no. Mr. Farr? Mr. Fatah? Mr. Fatah votes aye. Mr. Flake? Mr. Flake? Mr. Flake votes no. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Hinchy? Mr. Hinchy votes aye. Mr. Honda?
Yes.
Mr. Honda votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Ms. Captor? Ms. Captor votes aye. Mr. Kingston? No. Mr. Kingston votes no. Mr. Latham? No. Mr. Latham votes no. Mr. LaTourette? Aye. Mr. LaTourette votes aye. Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Lewis? No. Mr. Lewis votes no. Mrs. Lowy? Aye. Mrs. Lowy votes aye. Mrs. Lummis? No. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. McCullum votes aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. Nunnally? No. Mr. Nunnally votes no. Mr. Olver? Aye. Mr. Olver votes aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Price? Mr. Price votes aye. Mr. Reberg?
No.
Mr. Reberg votes no. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Rothman? Ms. Roybal Allard? Ms. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano votes aye. Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky votes aye. Mr. Wolf?
No.
Mr. Wolf votes no. Mr. Womack?
No.
Mr. Womack votes no. Mr. Yoder?
No.
Mr. Yoder votes no. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no.
Am I recorded? Was FAR recorded?
Mr. Farr, the chairman is not recorded. I mean, excuse me, the member is not recorded.
Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Farr, aye.
Chairman, how am I recorded?
The gentleman is not recorded.
I'd like to be recorded as an aye.
Mr. Jackson votes aye.
Are there members who haven't voted? Anyone wish to change your vote? Clerk will report. David, you have another. The vote is yeas 20, nays 27. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr.
Chairman,
Price.
I have an amendment of the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment
Ask that the
by
reading be
Mr.
dispensed
Price
with.
of North Carolina, page
The
50.
clerk will dispense with the reading by unanimous consent.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is another amendment offered with our colleague, Mr. Latterette, and I can be very simple and very brief in describing it. It simply takes the firefighter grants, the component of the last amendment, and deals with those as a singular item. It also provides an offset so that the allocation is not violated. If the bill were to be adopted as written, the personnel grants, known as SAFER grants, are going to be 63% below 2011. The equipment grants would be cut 51%. That is not an incremental cut. That is a devastating cut. So our amendment is to provide $460 million more to restore this funding to last year's level funding, last year's level of $810 million, and to equally divide the funding between the SAFER grants and the equipment grants. And various fire associations have endorsed this approach. This amendment is fully paid for, and it stays within the allocation. It designates $460 million of the disaster relief funding provided above the President's request. Not the requested amount, but a fraction of the amount above the President's request, designates that as emergency funding, as has been our practice in the past, consistent with past bipartisan practices of this committee. Based on the devastating spring we've had, it's clear that the $1 billion in emergency 2011 supplemental funding we've just adopted with the Chairman's amendment, and the increase in the bill of $850 million above the 2012 request, they're going to barely make a dent in our disaster recovery needs over these next months. The Chairman has indicated, I think quite wisely, that we're going to have to revisit both the 2011 and the 2012 costs once it becomes clearer what the actual needs are. I support that approach, and with that in mind, I simply am proposing that we put firefighters in the mix. They shouldn't be penalized with pending funding cuts of 57% when we know that additional disaster funding will be provided shortly, and they can very well be made a part of that funding program. So I urge members to adopt our amendment. Your vote will be a vote of confidence in our firefighters across the country, people who are typically the first to respond to an act of terrorism or a natural disaster.
Mr. Chairman Adderholt.
Mr. Chairman, I rise in opposition. Let me first address the idea that these funds are an emergency. I know firsthand what emergencies are like. The floods that we've seen in the out to the west, the swamping of communities, croplands, and of course the tornadoes that hit my home state of Alabama, as I mentioned earlier, much less what we've seen over the weekend. But they are not what is proposed in this amendment. Funds that subsidize a local government's local responsibility are not an emergency by any stretch of the imagination. As for the funding, there is $350 million in this bill for assistance to firefighters.
Just for a moment.
Yes, sir.
Just to correct what you just said, I am not proposing that these funds be designated emergency funds. I'm taking funds that are not emergency funds and designating them emergency funds, that is the disaster relief funds. But it is not correct to suggest that we're suggesting that local grants be designated emergency funds.
Okay, so I stand corrected on that. But as far as funding, there is $350 million in this bill for assistance to firefighters. And quite honestly, there was a lot of places that when we looked at this funding to try to cuts, there were ways that we could have cut that even lower, and I wanted to hold that because I know this is an important program, and so that's why we wanted to put $350 million for this, even when we have a tight budget. Over the last 7 years, Congress has provided $5 billion for this program, and for the last 3 years has included a waiver for the cost share requirements with local governments. Of that, over $3 billion has been appropriated since 2005 for equipment, even though, as I'd mentioned earlier, that we have no method of measuring what our nation is receiving for this $3 billion investment in equipment grants. There are no metrics that indicate how safer we are today than we were before the funds were used. This continued free spending attitude combined with a lack of quantifiable measurement is not acceptable, particularly in today's tight economic times. $1.5 billion of these funds have been targeted toward hiring firefighters, of which only $300 million, or 19%, have been spent. In these trying times, we cannot afford to leave funding sitting on the table when other programs need funding. Further, in 2009, Congress provided $210 million for the SAFER program, supporting 1,236 jobs at a cost of $170,000 per job. In the just released FY12 request, DHS plans to create or retain 2,200 firefighter jobs at a cost of $190,000 per job. This seems unrealistic in a time when our nation faces the fiscal constraints we're under. While we all know that local budgets are under fiscal pressure, the hiring of local firefighters at a cost of $190,000 per job should not be borne by the federal government. Additionally, it is only prudent that we use this money responsibly by asking the local communities to comply with the original intent of this program, and that's by sharing the cost of hiring their personnel and by committing to retaining newly hired firefighters with their own municipal dollars. Again, these cuts will not be easy, but they're long overdue. In today's lean economic times, we cannot expect the federal government to entirely subsidize local responsibilities, and so therefore I have to oppose this amendment. I yield the distinguished chairman of the full committee.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. You'll need to stand. First, I want to echo his concerns about the funding level in the bill, in the amendment. In today's environment, the federal government cannot continue to subsidize local budgets to the extent that we have. Further, the suggestion that these funds be designated as an emergency is distressing. Emergency funding should be just what it is called, for emergencies. Providing a subsidy year after year and suggesting that we call it an emergency is a budget gimmick, and the taxpayers deserve better. As Chairman Adderholt has said, this bill truly strikes the right balance between funding vital frontline programs and keeping our discretionary spending checked. This bill realistically and responsibly reforms the way the government spends its precious taxpayer dollars in a fiscal environment that requires change. Now, about the waivers. This bill keeps the waivers. SAFER was originally authorized for the purpose of increasing the number of new firefighters in local communities. A hand up, not a handout. SAFER was not intended to rehire or retain firefighters and take over the local budget. It was not intended to serve as an operating subsidy for what is unquestionably a municipal responsibility. There are only a few responsibilities a local fire department has for the federal purpose, which is what we're paying for. We should not be paying the entire budget of the local fire department. We can't afford it. The Federal Fire Prevention and Control Act contains very specific requirements that local communities have to meet in order to obtain funds. However, those requirements have been waived for the last 3 years and are being requested in this amendment, again, to be waived. When initially proposed by the Democrats in 2009, Chairman Price acknowledged that these waivers were just a short-term, temporary effort that would expire at the end of fiscal 10. And yet here we are today again debating the continuation of fiscal 12 subsidies that our country simply cannot afford. Under these costly waivers, there are no controls, no salary limits, no local commitments. Just give us your federal dollars and shut up. These proposed waivers totally undermine the original purpose and intent of the SAFER program by forcing the taxpayers to subsidize the everyday operating expenses of local first responders. Given the nation's dire fiscal situation, we've got to take a stand. That's not the federal government's job to bail out every municipal budget or to serve as the fire marshal for every city and town across the country. I thank the gentleman for yielding. You may guess I urge a no vote. Mr. Fattah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sympathize that the majority's got to make these tough decisions. I just want to clarify a couple things. One is, I heard the chairman say that the average firefighter was getting $190,000 a year in salary. Not anywhere that I know about. But I do know that in my district, we have volunteer firefighters in Cheltenham Township. They got a SAFER grant that's allowing them to advertise for more volunteers, to do the training that's needed, so people can voluntarily run into burning buildings and to try to save people's lives. Now, we're spending millions, tens of millions, in fact, billions of dollars to train first responders in Afghanistan and Iraq. We're taking American taxpayers' money, and we're training first responders, equipping them, teaching them the finest techniques, providing them with uniforms and vehicles. And then we come to this committee today and say, somehow we can't afford to invest in making sure that our first responders here in our country have the wherewithal that they need so that they can volunteer. Now, I don't know how we go out to these parades with the fire trucks and the American flag flying, and we march around, and then we come here and say that somehow, first of all, that they're making $190,000 a year. That's untrue. Number two, that we can't afford as a country to invest in our own, but somehow it's a wise thing for us to do, to take billions of these dollars and to train first responders in other far-off places in the world, in Afghanistan and Iraq. I guess that's who we should call if we have a fire at our home. Mr. Chairman, I think that we should do what's right on behalf of the American public, and we shouldn't be so. This is like cutting off our nose to spite our face. We should be helping firefighters like those in Cheltenham Township who are volunteering who are volunteer, not being paid anything other than the respect of a grateful community and country that we have people willing to step up without a salary, risk their own lives to help someone else.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, I recognize the gentleman for 1 minute to close.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate the opportunity to close. I have to correct the chairman, however, on the charge that I think he repeated, that these are emergency funds. They are not emergency funds. I hope I made that clear in my response to Chairman Adderholt.
Yeah, would the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Where would the money be coming from?
The money, the way this is paid for is to designate as emergency funds what you yourself said are emergency funds, namely the disaster relief funds, a portion of the disaster relief funds over and above the President's requests that are in the bill.
So this would come from the DRF?
The money would remain in the DRF, but a certain portion of it would be labeled emergency funds.
Would the gentleman further you?
Mr. Chairman, if I may have a little more time to close.
I will.
Certainly.
Are you telling me that, and the committee, that you're taking disaster relief funds for this purpose?
No. No, the disaster relief funds remain in the bill at the present level. They are redesignated. A certain portion of them are redesignated emergency funds, as has been our bipartisan practice in the past.
So you're taking a part of the disaster relief funds and, in effect, not earmarking, but assigning for this purpose?
No. The disaster relief funds remain exactly at their present level.
So you're using emergency monies as an offset?
The offset consists of designated, the disaster relief funds, a certain portion of them, as an emergency, yes.
Well, I stand by my statement.
Your statement, with due respect, was that the grant funds, the firefighter grant funds here, were being designated as an emergency, and that simply is not accurate. That's why I thought I needed to correct it for the purpose of debate. A couple of quick final points. I'm sorry the economic downturn has not cooperated in letting us end the waivers on schedule. But I don't think any of us doubt that our communities are still in need of this kind of support. And so the cost sharing, the ability to use the waiver of the cost sharing, the ability to use these funds to retain and rehire, those authorities are still needed. And then finally, it's ironic to hear people complaining here today, members complaining here today about the looseness of this program. My recollection is that these are many of the same members who complained when this program had too much red tape. You know, it is a program relatively free of red tape. It is a program where localities go straight to FEMA to make application. It's a peer-reviewed program with far more applications, meritorious applications, than can be granted. It's a good program. The evidence, all the evidence we should need on that would be the sort of thing Mr. Fatah just gave us, the kind of impact it's had on our communities.
All the time for debate has expired. All those in favor of the amendments signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And all opposed, no?
No.
Noes appear to have it.
Roll call.
Noes have it. Roll call is requested. A sufficient number has raised their hands. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Alexander votes no. Mr. Austria? No. Mr. Austria votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop votes aye. Mr. Bonner? No. Mr. Bonner votes no. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Culberson? No. Mr. Culberson votes no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Dent? No. Mr. Dent votes no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? No. Mr. Diaz-Balart votes no. Mr. Dix? Aye. Mr. Dix votes aye. Mr. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson votes no. Mr. Farr? Mr. Fatah? Aye. Mr. Fatah votes aye. Mr. Flake? No. Mr. Flake votes no. Ms. Granger? No. Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Graves? No. Mr. Graves votes no. Mr. Hinchy? Mr. Hinchy votes aye. Mr. Honda? Aye. Mr. Honda votes aye. Mr. Jackson? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter votes aye. Mr. Kingston? No. Mr. Kingston votes no. Mr. Latham? No. Mr. Latham votes no. Mr. LaTourette? Aye. Mr. LaTourette votes aye. Ms. Lee? Aye. Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Lewis? Mrs. Lowy? Aye. Mrs. Lowy votes aye. Mrs. Lummis? No. Mrs. Lummis votes no. Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. McCullum votes aye. Mr. Moran? Aye. Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. Nunnally? No. Mr. Nunnally votes no. Mr. Olver? Aye. Mr. Olver votes aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Price?
Aye.
Mr. Price votes aye. Mr. Reberg? Aye. Mr. Reberg votes aye. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Rothman? Aye. Mr. Rothman votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard? Mr. Schiff? Aye. Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Serrano? Aye. Mr. Serrano votes aye. Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Simpson votes no. Mr. Visklosky? Aye. Mr. Visklosky votes aye. Mr. Wolf? No. Mr. Wolf votes no. Mr. Womack? No. Mr. Womack votes no. Mr. Yoder? No. Mr. Yoder votes no. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young votes no.
Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Jackson?
Chairman?
Mr. Jackson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to be, how am I recorded, sir?
Gentleman is not recorded.
I'd like to be recorded as an aye.
Mr. Jackson? Aye.
Chairman Lewis?
Lewis votes no.
Okay. Mr. Lewis? No.
Mr. Farr?
Mr. Farr? Aye. Gentleman's not recorded. Mr. Crenshaw votes no.
Are there any further votes? Anyone wish to change their vote? Clerk will report. While the clerk is tallying, let me make this announcement. We have 2 votes on the floor now. We've got about 13 minutes remaining, 2 straight votes. And then we'll go back into general debate there, so we can come back and finish this bill and the next one. In the meantime, as soon as the clerk finishes this toll, I want to recognize Mr. Flake for an amendment that will be brief, I'm told, and then we can go vote after that. On this vote, the yeas are 21, the nays are 26. The amendment is not agreed to. Mr. Flake.
I have an amendment to this.
Clerk will report.
Amendment by Mr. Flake of Arizona, page 7, line 15, after the dollar amount, insert increase by 30 million. Page 46, line 4, after the dollar amount, insert reduced by 30 million.
Gentleman's recognized.
I'll say from the outset that I plan to withdraw this amendment. We have in Arizona and across the southern border, Texas, California as well, National Guard troops have been there for the past year. They've been very instrumental in helping, particularly the Tucson sector, achieve operational control of the border. They're helping in the Tucson sector. We have a long way to go there. But the governor and others are saying that they're vital to that operation there. This amendment would have simply moved $30 million from Homeland Security grants to allow this to happen. This legislation won't be signed into law by the time that these troops are slated to go. So I understand that, and that's why I'm withdrawing it. I just want to feel it's important to make the point that we have National Guard troops there. They're doing a good job. We should ensure that they stay there. The President is now in favor of extending the time. It looks like there'll be good support for that, but I ask unanimous consent to withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, so ordered. We will resume conversation as soon as the vote is concluded. Please come back quickly. This committee stands in recess.
go back out.
Okay. Oh, did you really? Oh, nice. That's great. I think this list is the next up. They have so far. Yeah, subcommittee, yeah, and 7 is.
Committee will be in order. Committee will be in order. The chair reminds the committee that we're on the Homeland Security Bill and awaiting amendments. Are there other amendments to be offered? Gentlelady from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment at the desk. With
Clerk will read.
serious misgivings.
Amendment offered by Mrs. Lowy of New York,
Waive the,
page
reading.
46.
Unanimous
line
consent request
10.
Ask
has been
unanimous
made to dispense with reading.
With
Gentlelady
serious
may proceed.
misgivings about the funding levels for FEMA first responder grants in this bill, as well as the proposed block grant structure, my amendment would ensure an adequate level of funding to protect and prepare the top terror targets through the Urban Area Security Initiative, UASI. I appreciate the chairman restoring UASI's original intent in the mark. However, including it in a block grant with programs such as the State Homeland Security Grant Program, SHISHGAP, is a misguided approach. UASI, which is intended to protect the highest risk, highest density urban areas, should not be competing with the SHIPGAP program, which has a statutory minimum funding requirement for each state and territory. Minimum funding for SHISHGAP in FY12 will total more than $125 million, and the bill designates $55 million for Operation Stone Garden grants, $192 million for training and exercises, $85 million to administer the grant programs. UASI, transit security, port security, interoperability grants, and more would be left to vie against each other for just $551 million. This is irresponsible when you consider that UASI alone was funded at $725 million for fiscal year 2011, already more than a $150 million cut from FY10. So my amendment is very simple. What it does, it removes UASI from a block grant program it does not belong in and level funds the program. To understand the threats facing our population centers, we need to look no further than last week's failed terror plot in New York City, where 2 men were arrested as they prepared to attack a Manhattan synagogue, or to Faisal Shahzad's failed plot to detonate a car bomb in Times Square last year, or Najibullah Azazi's attempted bombing of the New York City subway system. Earlier this year, even before the death of Osama bin Laden increased our state of alert, Secretary Napolitano testified we were at our most heightened state of terrorist threats since September 11th. If this mark is adopted without my amendment, the New York City Police Department, which protects the #1 terror target in the nation, would stand to lose more than $100 million in anti-terror support in fiscal year 2012. While the horrific World Trade Center attacks in 1993 and 2001 were in New York, they were aimed at the United States and all Americans. Further, intelligence gathered at Osama bin Laden's Abbottabad complex showed a clear intent to strike New York and the nation once again, coinciding with the 10th anniversary of the 9/11 attacks. We have a responsibility to ensure our most targeted regions are adequately prepared. Anything less is unconscionable, and I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Chairman Adderholt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise to oppose the amendment. I appreciate the gentlelady's concerns and her argument, but let me point out that the amendment does not provide any offset for these additional funds. It increases the total funding of our bill by $725 million, all of it in excess of the subcommittee's allocation. This bill before us today is about instilling physical discipline and is not about driving our country further into debt. Based on that alone, I would urge my fellow members of the committee to oppose this amendment.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the gentlelady is allowed 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before voting on this amendment, I want my colleagues to be clear about what the base bill would mean for New York City if we do not adopt my amendment. Real-time information sharing and increased security at gateways to the city would be jeopardized. An immediate negative impact to the Lower Manhattan Security Initiative, which provides video surveillance and license plate readers covering the financial district and the World Trade Center site. Vital intelligence analysis and counterterrorism patrols, strategic operations would be interrupted, and most importantly, continuity of operations would be jeopardized through the sudden interruption of funding at a time when vigilance has been heightened. The same will be true for Los Angeles, Boston, Chicago, Washington, D.C., Houston, and the other high-density, high-risk urban areas if we do not preserve UASC funding in the bill. I urge my colleagues to support my amendment and protect our nation.
All time for debate has expired. All those in favor of the amendment say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a recorded vote.
Noes appear to have it. The gentlelady asked for a recorded vote. Is there a show of hands in support? Sufficient number. Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt?
No.
Mr. Adderholt votes no. Mr. Alexander? No. Mr. Alexander votes no. Mr. Austria? No. Mr. Austria votes no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bonner? Mr. Bonner votes no. Mr. Calvert? Mr. Calvert votes no. Mr. Carter? Mr. Carter votes no. Mr. Cole? Mr. Cole votes no. Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw votes no. Mr. Culberson? Mr. Culberson votes no. Ms. DeLauro? Ms. DeLauro votes aye. Mr. Dent? Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Dix? Mr. Dix votes aye. Mrs. Emerson? Mrs. Emerson votes no. Mr. Farr? Mr. Farr votes aye. Mr. Fattah? Mr. Flake? Mr. Flake votes no. Ms. Granger? Ms. Granger votes no. Mr. Graves? Mr. Hinchy? Mr. Honda?
Aye.
Mr. Honda votes yes. Aye, excuse me. Mr. Jackson? Ms. Capter? Mr. Kingston? Mr. Latham? No. Mr. Latham votes no. Mr. LaTourette? No. Mr. LaTourette votes no. Ms. Lee? Ms. Lee votes aye. Mr. Lewis? Mr. Lewis votes no. Mrs. Lowy? Mrs. Lowy votes aye. Mrs. Lummis? Mrs. Lummis votes no. Ms. McCullum? Ms. McCullum votes no. Mr. Moran? Mr. Moran votes aye. Mr. Nunnally? Mr. Nunnally votes no. Mr. Olver? Mr. Olver votes aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Price? Mr. Price votes aye. Mr. Reberg? Mr. Reberg votes no. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers votes no. Mr. Rothman? Mr. Rothman votes aye. Ms. Roybal Allard? Mr. Roybal Allard votes aye. Mr. Schiff? Mr. Schiff votes aye. Mr. Serrano? Mr. Serrano votes aye. Mr. Simpson? Mr. Visklosky? Mr. Visklosky votes aye. Mr. Wolf? Mr. Wolf votes no. Mr. Womack? Mr. Womack votes no. Mr. Yoder? Mr. Yoder votes no. Mr. Young?
Gentleman from Georgia. Mr.
Gen-
Bishop.
Gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Bishop votes aye.
Mr. Henchy?
Mr. Hinchy, gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Hinchy votes aye.
Fatah?
Mr. Fatah votes aye.
Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded, sir?
The gentleman's not recorded.
I'd like to be recorded as an aye, please.
Mr. Jackson votes aye.
Mr. Kingston?
No.
Mr. Kingston votes no.
Ms. Capter?
Gentlelady is not recorded. Ms. Capter votes aye.
All members voted. Anyone wish to change their vote? Clerk will tally.
How should I be voting?
Mr. Simpson?
Mr. Simpson votes no.
Mr. Graves?
Mr. Graves
Graves.
votes no.
Mr. Dent?
Mr. Dent votes no.
Are there other members who are late? Clerk will tally.
I think we need to up their budget.
On this vote, the Cs are 19, the 9s are 27. The amendment is not agreed to. Ms. Lummis?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report. Does the gentlelady wish to
Amendment
dispense with the
by
reading of the amendment?
Mrs. Lummis of Wyoming, page 89,
And
beginning
so
at
ordered, and
line
the
19.
gentlelady will explain it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wish to offer my amendment, explain my amendment, and then withdraw my amendment so that Mr. Adderhold, Mr. Simpson, Natural Resources Committee Chairman, Mr. Hastings, and I can work together on some language. Let me explain. My amendment would strike Section 547. Section 547 authorizes transfers of prior appropriations from the Department of Homeland Security to the Department of the Interior for environmental mitigation relating to border security operations. Now, here's the problem. there are instances where Section 547 is essentially telling the Border Patrol that they need to pay the Department of the Interior to do what is a constitutional and statutory mandate for the Border Patrol, which is to secure our border. What is happening is things such as this. The Department of the Interior is demanding that the Border Patrol acquire land at a cost of $20 million to mitigate disturbance by the Border Patrol of the endangered ocelot. However, in the area of the disturbance, there has not been an ocelot seen in almost 20 years. Furthermore, in wilderness areas along the Border Patrol had to agree to move all the towers away from their ideal locations because they were in wilderness areas and locate their towers outside of wilderness areas, creating a big beacon to people who are bringing drugs or people across the border that says, come through the wilderness areas. Furthermore, the Border Patrol people have to either be on foot or on horseback, while the people they're trying to apprehend are on ATVs or in four-wheel drive vehicles. By ridiculous federal agencies not using common sense, taxpayer dollars are being required to move from one federal agency to another. And by authorizing Section 547, we are enabling this bad behavior by one federal agency toward another, and specifically enabling it towards the agency that is fulfilling the constitutional mandate to secure our borders. Mr. Chairman, I look forward to working with Mr. Adderholt, Mr. Simpson, and Natural Resources Committee Chairman Mr. Hastings to address what I see as an inappropriate interference by the Department of the Interior with our Homeland Security efforts.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I will yield.
Let me just assure the gentlelady that we will work with her on this, and we will try to address her concerns on this, and we appreciate her bringing it to the attention of the subcommittee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I withdraw my amendment.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Culberson, do you have an amendment?
Yes, sir.
And which number is it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have 4 amendments at the desk, but in the interest of comedy and time, and I'm working with the chairman on the other 3, I'd like to offer just amendment number 4.
Number 4.
Be the only one I'll offer.
Clerk will report.
Amendment by Mr. Culberson. Add at the end, before
And
the
I'll
short
dispense with
title,
reading.
the following.
Motion is made to dispense with the reading. Any
And let me
objection? Hearing
explain the amendment, members. This is a language that that has been adopted by the Texas legislature and is designed to restore or actually enforce the original 10th Amendment sovereign authority of the states to protect lives and property. Police powers have traditionally always been recognized by the Supreme Court as being reserved to the states under the 10th Amendment. The 10th Amendment, of course, to the Constitution is designed to state, it states a truism like the sky is blue. The 10th Amendment doesn't do anything other than to state a fact that the founders and everyone recognized at the time the Constitution was adopted, that there were certain powers that were reserved to the states that were not, and to the people, of course, that were not delegated to the federal government. And we all know from our civics classes that as that the federal government's one of limited powers. Very briefly, it's could not have been said better than by James Madison in Federalist Number 45, that the powers delegated by the proposed Constitution to the federal government are few and defined, and those which are to remain in the state governments are numerous and indefinite. The powers reserved to the states extend to all objects which in the ordinary course of affairs concern the lives, liberties, and property of the people and the internal order, improvement and prosperity of the state. Over the years, as a result of the war between the states, the laws passed by Congress, courts expanding the scope and power of the federal government, and now the most recent, the federal government in inserting itself in the decisions about people's health care, the federal government's really become omnipotent. There's very little left to we the people or to the states. And one of the things I think we saw in this last election with the rise of the Tea Party is an instinctive reaction of the public to the overreaching power of the federal government. And so what I've done is offer you an example today, an amendment that limits the, we're going to start with the police powers, start with public safety, because there's really no better place to defend against terrorists or terrorist attacks in the country than with local police officers, state police, and above all, individual Americans are the ones that in Kentucky, Mr. Chairman, I think it was a couple of young people at Blockbuster Video that spotted those nuts that were going to attack, was it maybe Fort Bragg in North Carolina? It was Ocelot. There were I forget, one of the, but y'all remember that, you remember that example of the clerks at Blockbuster Video that spotted a couple of potential terrorists. You've got local police officers who pulled these guys over. And this is one area that both the founders, the Supreme Court, and it's been consistent throughout our history that when it comes to protecting lives and property, that's always been up to the states first. And our job is supplemental. We play a supporting role with the money we send them. We obviously have a responsibility to protect the borders, the ports of entry, the airports, and cargo, obviously. But the primary responsibility in our system of government has always been lives and property, and that's what this is limited to on lines 8 and 9, that the states have the responsibility to preserve and protect the safety, security, and property of the citizens of that state. And the language gives the governor and state legislators the ability to file suit to protect that 10th Amendment autonomous sovereignty. And I'm offering it today on the Homeland Security Bill because I do think as a longer-term debate to my chairman and all of you, think about the whole Homeland Security model really ought to be flipped around. We really ought to be relying first on local police, state police, individual Americans, and then we at the federal level play a supporting role with our dollars, with our help at the borders and the ports of entry. And first and foremost, our first responders are, of course, our best line of defense. Mr. Jefferson always liked to say that if we would simply apply the Constitution to any problem, the knot will always untie itself. So this is a mechanism I know that works. I personally litigated this. I was involved as a state legislator in a lawsuit against a federal judge to end his 25-year reign over the prison system, and it worked. And we had to create standing in federal law. Adam and I were just talking about this. We had to create standing. My predecessor, Bill Archer, Senator Graham, Senator Hutchison, created standing as a matter of right for state legislators to bring these lawsuits to end the federal court's control. So this is based on personal experience. I know it works, and it's already the law in Texas, and I would move its adoption, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman Adderholt.
Let me just say that I agree with so many of the arguments from the gentleman from Texas. I think many people across this room and across this nation agree with the gentleman's argument. There has been overreaching power of the federal government. And I appreciate the gentleman's interest in this important issue. The problem we're running against is not germane to this bill, and because of that, I reluctantly oppose the amendment.
Mr. Price.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to join the chairman in opposing this amendment. I'm baffled as to why we're considering this broad attempt to rewrite or interpret the Constitution in the context of a Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. If this belonged anywhere, it would be in the Judiciary Committee. The bill attempts to establish a legal foundation for state sovereignty in all sorts of areas for which there is a strong argument, a strong precedent for federal preemption. Therefore, it's unconstitutional, I believe. Secondly, it would have the effect of encouraging frivolous lawsuits by state officials against the federal government whenever a state official didn't agree with federal policy. So we can all agree there are occasions when we have a debate and need to have a debate over the proper scope of federal power as it relates to the Commerce Clause and other sections of the Constitution. Courts often have to settle these interpretations. But under no existing interpretation that I know of does the 10th Amendment provide the states with, quote, autonomous sovereign authority over the protection of security, safety, health, welfare, property, and morals.
If I may?
What the 10th Amendment says is the power is not delegated to the United States by the Constitution, nor prohibited by it to the states, or reserved to the states respectively, or to the people. So I honestly think we're talking about amending the Constitution here. In any case, it has no place on this bill, so
Would-
I urge rejection.
Would the gentleman yield?
Certainly.
The version you've got is not the version before us. This one only talks about the safety, security, and property. So it's directly germane to Homeland Security, Mr. Chairman, and only deals with police powers and public safety inside the state. The version you're looking at is you're correct. That one deals with subjects outside the bounds of this bill.
Well, in any event, I think the chairman is correct. This is a matter of constitutional construction, interpretation, perhaps amendment. Really doesn't belong on this bill.
Mr. Schiff.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise reluctantly in opposition, and I say reluctantly because Mr. Culberson is one of my dearest friends here, but regrettably we find ourselves on opposite sides of this issue, and I rise to oppose it on three grounds. The first is that the bill attempts to change the constitutional standard, but in fact we can't. As a matter of statutory law, we cannot change how the Supreme Court interprets the 10th Amendment. It purports to give state legislators both a standing and a broad new cause of action to challenge, quote, any action before any federal authority that attempts to interfere with a state's sovereign authority. This, I think, runs into constitutional problems in a couple respects. The first is it would dramatically broaden the standing from which someone would have to appear before the court and argue a case in controversy. In order to bring a case before a court, you have to have standing and the issue has to be ripe. In order to have standing, you have to show that you are an injured party, and in order for an issue to be ripe, you have to show that a harm has occurred. Here, we're talking about an action that attempts to interfere, so not even something that has actually borne an injury. So I think you have real ripeness problems. But we're also conferring on a broad group of state legislators all over the country the standing to bring these cases even if the legislator has not been injured in any way. That, I think, would be a dramatic broadening of the standing and ripeness requirements, which, again, would be an amendment to the Constitution, which we're not in a position to do here. But finally, we would be creating a separate class, one-of-a-kind class in the country, and that is a class of people who can bring an action in any court, and no matter how frivolous the action may be, they cannot be sanctioned by the court. So imagine the public reception to a law by the Congress that says state legislators can now bring an action. They will be the only plaintiffs in the country who can bring an action without any fear of sanction for frivolous lawsuits. And given the hostility I know to many in this room to the idea of frivolous lawsuits, immunize a whole class of people, let alone a whole class of legislators, and say you are held harmless even from bringing a frivolous action, I think is a precedent we don't want to establish.
Is there further discussion?
I just would like to make one comment. And I, too, have great regard for the Chairman Culberson. But on this case, I think filling up the federal courts, who already are backed up with all kinds of litigation on what I would consider frivolous grounds, if you really want to deal with this, Mr. Chairman, you got to do it by a constitutional amendment. You got to change the 10th Amendment and do it specifically. So and you have to get two-thirds of the House and Senate and 3/4 of the states. But to plug up the court system with this would be a big mistake.
Mr. Rothman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is another expression of affection and regard for Chairman Culberson, but most specifically, I simply wanted to identify with the point I think the gentleman is trying to make, which is that states should have the ability to protect their own citizens, albeit and certainly within the limits of our constitutional framework. I would remind those who are going to vote with our distinguished friend, Chairman Culberson, that several years ago I brought an amendment before this body to allow the state of New Jersey, to allow states in general to amend their laws, for example, to upgrade the requirements of those who had chemical plants or other things that could explode that were targets, likely targets of terrorists, to require greater perimeter fencing, greater security, etc. And I was told by a number of individuals, my dear friends here, that that was a federal responsibility. So I know that expression, where you stand depends on where you sit, but I simply wanted to remind my dear friends that what comes around goes around,
and we all seek consistency wherever possible. I yield back.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, the gentleman from Texas is given 1 minute to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am grateful for we all work together on so many issues in so many ways. And you know how near and dear this is to my heart. What's left of the 10th Amendment but the right of self-defense, the right of states and local police forces to protect our lives and our property. And I think that if we are ever going to solve the massive deficits, the problems we face as a nation, we do need to apply Thomas Jefferson's rule that if you just follow core principles and apply the Constitution, no matter what the problem is, the knot will untie itself. And I think the nation is looking for us to restore the 10th Amendment. The nation's looking for us to find ways to enforce the limits on the federal government. And I have carefully researched this. I guarantee you this is absolutely constitutional. I've already litigated this as a legislator. If you don't give standing to legislators, they're not going to have it. And who better than the governor or the state legislators to protect the sovereign authority of the states? And where better to start but with public safety? And what's left of the 10th Amendment? If we don't protect it in the area of public safety and protecting lives and property, there's not much left of individual liberty or state sovereignty. And that's why I bring it before the committee today, Mr. Chairman, and I urge its passage.
All time for debate has expired. All those in favor of the amendment will say aye.
Aye.
All opposed will say no. No. Noes appear to have it. Noes have it. Motion is not agreed to. Are there other amendments? Hearing none, I recognize the gentleman from Florida, the chairman, for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of the bill.
You heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. Motion is agreed to and the bill is reported.
No. Roll call.
Roll call. Who wishes a roll call?
Hands up, guys.
Sufficient number. Clerk will call the roll.
I'm going to see who the no was.
Mr. Adderholt.
Aye.
Mr. Adderholt, aye. Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Austria. Mr. Austria, aye. Mr. Bishop. Mr. Bishop, no. Mr. Bonner. Mr. Calvert. Mr. Calvert, aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter, aye. Mr. Cole. Mr. Cole, aye. Mr. Crenshaw. Mr. Crenshaw, aye. Mr. Culberson.
Aye.
Mr. Culberson, aye. Ms. DeLauro. No. Ms. DeLauro, no. Mr. Dent. Mr. Diaz-Balart. Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Dix. No. Mr. Dix, no. Mrs. Emerson. Mrs. Emerson, aye. Mr. Farr. Mr. Farr. No. Mr. Farr, no. Mr. Fatah. No. Mr. Fatah, no. Mr. Flake. No. Mr. Flake, no. Ms. Granger. Ms. Granger, aye. Mr. Graves. Mr. Graves, aye. Mr. Hinchy. Mr. Hinchy, no. Mr. Honda. Mr. Honda, no. Mr. Jackson. Ms. Capter.
No.
Ms. Capter, no. Mr. Kingston. Mr. Kingston, aye. Mr. Latham. Mr. Latham, aye. Mr. La Tourette. Mr. La Tourette, aye. Ms. Lee.
No.
Ms. Lee, no. Mr. Lewis. Mr. Lewis, aye. Mrs. Lowy. Mrs. Lummis. Mrs. Lummis, aye. Ms. McCullum. Ms. McCullum, no. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Nunnally. Mr. Nunnally, aye. Mr. Olver.
No.
Mr. Olver, no. Mr. Pastor. Mr. Price.
No.
Mr. Price, no. Mr. Reberg.
Aye.
Mr. Reberg, aye. Mr. Rogers.
Aye.
Mr. Rogers, aye. Mr. Rothman.
Oh, he shot me
Mr. Rothman, no. Ms. Roybal Allard. Ms. Roybal Allard, no. Mr. Schiff.
No.
Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Serrano. Mr. Serrano, no. Mr. Simpson. Mr. Simpson, aye. Mr. Visklosky. Mr. Visklosky, no. Mr. Wolf. Mr. Wolf, aye. Mr. Womack. Mr. Womack, aye. Mr. Yoder. Mr. Young.
Aye.
Mr. Young, aye.
Mr. Bonner.
Gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Bonner votes aye.
Ms. Loy.
Gentlelady is not recorded.
Mr. Dent.
Ms. Lowy votes no. The gentleman is not recorded. Mr. Dent votes aye.
Mr. Yoder.
Mr. Yoder votes aye.
Are there other members who wish to be recorded or change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report. You want to request time? On this vote, the yeas are 27, the nays are 20. The motion is agreed to, and the bill is reported, the very first of the 012 season. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Mr. Dix.
We will have views on the matter just adopted.
You really do? So noted. So noted. Next order of business is the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. Visitors will exit the room quietly, those that wish to.
Please through here, please, sir.
Good work, David.
Chairman, we should be fairly brief and non-controversial, other than the Davis-Bacon stuff.
You want to do Davis?
It's already in here.
Very good job, Adam.
Oh, thank you.
Worthy of a law professor.
Hardly, but thank you.
Good.
Committee will come to order. Visitors who wish to leave the room may do so, but quietly. We want to expeditiously consider this bill because at 4 o'clock we plan to mark up in subcommittee the agriculture bill. So those with Mr. Kingston on that committee will be alerted that we will do that as soon as this business is concluded. Next order of business is the Military Construction and Veterans Affairs Appropriations Bill. Yield to the subcommittee chairman, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Culberson, to present the bill.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm delighted to be here on behalf of our committee to present to you our recommended appropriations bill for fiscal year 2012. This is a marvelous subcommittee. It's been a real privilege to work with my friend Sanford Bishop. All the members of the subcommittee have worked arm in arm to produce this bill for you. You'll find areas of agreement on every issue in this bill except a little provision at the end on perhaps Davis-Bacon. There may be a little disagreement there. But other than that, you will see that we are arm in arm in this because our job, we see it on the Military Construction and VA Subcommittee, is to be the peace of mind committee for the U.S. military. One of y'all suggested that in our last hearing. I think that's exactly appropriate. That's our responsibility as a subcommittee and as a Congress to make sure that our men and women in uniform have no worries of any kind when they go into battle, when they are sent overseas, when they're sent anywhere they need to be to defend this nation, the only thing they should be thinking about is their mission, and they should not have to worry for 1 minute about the quality of the health care they're provided, the quality of the equipment, which Chairman Young and Mr. Dix are working on right now to make sure they have all the equipment they need. Our job is to make sure when they retire, the VA is there for them with the best possible health care, and when they serve on a military base, that they've got all the barracks are the best quality they can be, their living conditions are the best they can be, and they've got all the infrastructure they need to live comfortably and safely wherever they are defending this nation. Now, we have in past, we have typically, whenever money was saved out of a bill, sort of swept that money into another account. This year, for the first time under Chairman Rogers' leadership, all of the subcommittees are looking for savings, and those savings are for the first time being given back to taxpayers in form of reducing the deficit. And the nation really owes you a great debt of gratitude for that, Chairman Rogers. It's the first time, I believe, in anybody's memory that that's been done. So we have found rescissions totaling $388 million in our military construction bill. Now, this is due to the availability of unobligated balances and bid savings from prior years, and that money was, again, given to reduce the deficit. We, of course, had to come up with a total of $1.3 billion in savings below the budget request and $615 million below the fiscal year 11 enacted appropriations. But we've done so by, again, looking for savings in existing contracts, in agencies or for example, that had not spent all the money that they had. We were able to find some savings, for example, in a number of construction projects that are being incrementally funded. We found $304 million worth of savings, Mr. Chairman, for you to return to the taxpayers, that because we're going to incrementally fund these projects. They got their 2011 money, their 2012 money a little late, so we're funding them at a level that they can handle the funds, and that allowed us to find another, as I say, $304 million for you to return to the taxpayers, Chairman Rogers. We also did not fund, we had to pick out some other projects that aren't completely ripe to be built. We found $60 million there for you to return to the taxpayers. The F-35, for example, facility in Nevada, the F-35 is behind schedule. And we also found savings at the VA in ways that will not affect the quality of health care provided to our veterans. The administration of VA, we've reduced by $25 million. That money to be returned to the taxpayers to reduce the deficit. Information technology systems at the VA, we reduced by $136 million because this VA is struggling to implement its development of these very large and complicated information technology systems. And I really mean this seriously. I'd welcome anybody and everybody on this committee to think of creative ways to ensure that the Veterans Administration is handling the disability claims in a way that's efficient and responsive. We found on the subcommittee terrible problems. Mr. Bishop, in particular, has been a real leader on this and in trying to get the VA to handle disability claims in a timely and efficient way, and awarding veterans who are disabled in the service of their country, who are entitled to compensation. They're often not able to get it, but the VA is so huge and so unresponsive, as with so many federal agencies, that it's difficult to find how to get them off the dime and to move. So we've got very strong language in here pushing them, to the Inspector General in particular, to find ways for us to improve efficiency at the VA. But truly, I do welcome your input from anybody and everybody in the committee about ways to not only improve their efficiency in handling disability claims, but also in building hospitals. So we found you, Mr. Chairman, a total of, we have found you $615 million in savings below last year's bill, Mr. Chairman, and $1.3 billion below the budget request that can be returned to taxpayers, and done it in a way that does not diminish in any way the quality of health care provided to our veterans or the infrastructure that's necessary for our men and women in uniform to do their job.
Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Bishop.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Chairman. Let me say how good it has been to work with. Thank you. Let me say how good it has been to work with Chairman Mr. Rogers and Ranking Member Mr. Dix and my subcommittee chairman, Mr. Culberson. And I'd like to certainly thank Mr. Culberson for all of his hard work, and I believe he did the best that he could with the allocation that we received. I'd also like to commend the members of our subcommittee for all of their hard work and the input into this process. I think that all of the subcommittee members will agree that we had spirited, bipartisan debate during the subcommittee markup, and I look forward to the debate that we'll have today. The recommendation provides $72.5 billion in discretionary funds for the Department of Defense, Veterans Affairs, and related agencies. Is $1.2 billion below the FY12 budget request and $615 million below the FY11 continuing resolution. The recommendation includes $14 billion for the military construction programs, which is a decrease of $2.6 billion below 11, $752 million below the budget request. Much of this decrease, as you've heard, from FY11 is attributable to the expected decline in requirements for BRAC 2005, which is expected to be completed in September of this year. While the military construction portion is below the request for FY11, the committee recommendation includes $483,302,000, which will allow for the renovation and replacement of 15 defense schools, 6 schools in the United States, and 9 schools at overseas installations. They will be refurbished with this funding. Mr. Chairman, providing the funds for the Department of Defense schools will not only help our service members' children to get a quality education in a safe environment, but would also give our service members some peace of mind. Mr. Chairman, I was pleased that the committee recommendation includes $1.1 billion for the medical center replacement in Germany at Landstuhl. I visited that facility, and as you know, a large proportion of the serious casualties from Iraq and Afghanistan theaters are treated there, and I'm pleased to see that we're making this very important investment. In addition, I believe that there's sound logic to the reductions that we've heard from the chairman in the MilCon title. I think the committee should recapture bid and planning and design savings on previously appropriated military construction projects. With our current fiscal situation, it simply makes good fiscal sense. With Veterans Affairs, the bill includes $58.3 billion in discretionary funding for Veterans Affairs, which is $1.85 billion above FY11, and the bill provides $69.5 billion for mandatory VA programs. Well, I'd like to give more resources to Veterans Affairs. I am pleased that we are building on the process that was made by the Democratic majority in the last Congress. Mr. Chairman, I know that you share our deep concerns about the backlog of VA claims. When the Secretary Shinseki testified before the subcommittee, this issue was on the mind of many members, and we must continue to monitor this situation throughout the process and make sure that we address any issues that arise. Our veterans should not have to wait indefinitely in infinitum in order to have their claims adjudicated, and we want to do everything that we can to assist and prod the VA to make sure that our veterans get timely response to their claims. With construction projects for VA, I agree with the chairman that it's outrageous that the VA has such a high unobligated construction balance. I believe that making the Veterans Affairs construction accounts similar to the military construction accounts will help save money, and it will force the VA to move faster on facilities that ultimately will help our veterans. For general provisions, Mr. Chairman, there's one item that I would like to mention, namely Section 413, which was alluded to by my subcommittee chairman, Mr. Culberson, my good friend, which addresses the Davis-Bacon wage requirement. Davis-Bacon wage requirement is something that a majority of the House of Representatives supports. This body has already taken 2 votes this Congress on the issue. The first vote was taken to include a limitation on Davis-Bacon was the King Amendment, which was considered during the debate on the floor on H.R. 1, and it failed 189 to 233. The second vote regarding a limitation on Davis-Bacon was the Sessions Amendment. It was taken during consideration of the FAA bill, and it failed 183 to 238. Including this language, I believe, will erode the bipartisan collegial support that we have for this bill. However, I believe that the issue will ultimately be addressed during this markup. Now, Mr. Chairman, let me congratulate you. You've done a lot of responsible things in this bill, but this bill is, I think, injecting the Davis-Bacon issue into this bill is not really governing in a responsible manner. I believe that once this issue is addressed, and if no other miscellaneous items are added, such as the project labor agreements, which I hear rumblings that may come up, we'll be able to support this bill on a bipartisan basis. Hopefully, we will be able to do that. To end on a positive note, however, I'd like to again thank the staff for all of their hard work, the staff on both sides of the aisle. They've worked together, they have communicated, exchanged ideas, and wherever possible, we've been able to work together cooperatively. And I think that in the end, we want to produce a product that will be good not for Republicans or for Democrats, but for the American people, and particularly for our veterans and their families, and our service members and their families. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Is there further discussion? If not, are there amendments?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I have a manager's amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Manager's amendment offered by Mr. Culberson. Insert the following new administrative provision at the end of Title I,
We can waive the reading.
Section 128. None of the
Motion made
funds.
to waive reading, and without objection, so ordered.
Thank you.
Gentleman will explain.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This manager's amendment, of course, by definition, we've all signed off on and worked together on to present to you, which takes care of a number of items. One is a limitation that we've carried 2 times previously to limit the expansion of the Pinyon Canyon Maneuver Training Site. We've also restricted, Ms. McCullum brought a very valid issue to our attention. The VA had spent a tremendous amount of money, over half, I think, Betty, of their 48% of their entire annual advertising budget to sponsor a single race car for a single race. Very excessive, and something the committee needs to be aware of in the future so we can ride herd on them. And we've asked there's bill language in here restricting the VA from spending more than $250,000 on any single national outreach program unless they notify the committee and get our approval. And then we've got report language in a couple other areas. Members that urge the VA to complete they got a 4-site pilot project analyzing costs for doing dialysis in-house versus contracting it out. Language, as I mentioned before, Mr. Bishop, in here to ask the Inspector General to do a much better job of identifying fraud, waste, and abuse, and then finally asking them to give us, in response again to Ms. McCullum's input, asking the VA to tell us in the future, give us a detailed analysis of their marketing campaign budgets. And I welcome any discussion.
Is there discussion?
Mr. Chairman, we have no objection. We accept the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Hearing none, are you ready for the question?
Yes, sir.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion agreed to.
Thank you.
Further amendments? Mr. LaTourette, do you have an amendment?
No, sir.
I don't want to interrupt the Culberson Love Fest, but I have an amendment.
Clerk will report.
Amendment by Mr. LaTourette, page 59, strike lines 17 through 22.
Consent to waive the reading.
I think he just read it all.
All right.
But
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the chair, and Mr. Culberson and I have had a conversation about this. It's been brought up a couple of times. This has to do with the fact that the underlying bill crafted by the subcommittee removes the federal prevailing wage from military construction projects. I am pretty well versed on the arguments on both sides of this. I thank the chairman for providing us with a list of people who have looked at this, but I always get nervous when there are quotations that have ... and as Paul Harvey made a living out of saying, and now the rest of the story. The chairman and I talked about a CRS report, and apparently his office couldn't locate it, I did. And in fact, it references the 1979 GAO study. It also references the CBO analysis in 1983 that's included in the chairman's bullet points. The CBO did, in fact, indicate that Davis-Bacon raises the cost of federal construction by 3.7%. The estimate, however, does not take into account the benefits such as labor productivity, quality of work, or timeliness in finishing the process. In a different study done by the Economic Policy Institute, they indicate that construction workers in prevailing wage law states produce 13 to 15% more value added for their work compared to workers in states without prevailing wage. If you also look at the GAO study that was referenced in the chairman's bullet points, in 1979 they studied 30 areas. In 12 areas the wage rates were higher, and in 18 Davis-Bacon wage rates were lower. In the 12 areas where they were higher, they estimated the higher wages increased the cost of federal construction by an average of 3.4%, but again, not taking into account timeliness and value added. In the other 18, they concluded that Davis-Bacon had little, if any, effect on the costs of construction. Again, this Davis-Bacon law, Republican concept, has been in effect since 1931. It's to prevent the importation of out-of-town labor to come in and undercut the local labor market. And probably the most recent test that we had was after the devastating hurricanes in the Gulf Coast. President George W. Bush, not a big fan of organized labor, used his authority to suspend Davis-Bacon in the Gulf Coast during the reconstruction efforts. We went down, met with Andy Card and the president, and said, we don't think you're saving any money. As a matter of fact, we think you're losing money because Davis-Bacon has as its component some anti-kickback provisions. You just can't submit a bill to FEMA that says I hired 50 guys to use chainsaws and here's my bill. You have to supply their names, their social security numbers, which prevents in some instances, the illegal problem, and what their wage rate is. The president dispatched Andy Card to study the issue. About 3 weeks later, he called us down to the White House and he said, we've looked at it, and suspending Davis-Bacon has not saved one dime in the reconstruction of the Gulf Coast. For all those reasons, and you know, going back to the ranking member's observation, how many times do we have to have this vote? We've had this vote twice on the House floor. On the first one, 48 Republicans supported Davis-Bacon. The second time, 51. And to do it again is a little bit like the mule with a 2x4. I think we've had this vote. The issue is settled. The House has worked its will, and I would ask the adoption of the amendment.
Is there further discussion? Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to rise in support of the amendment offered by my colleague from Ohio. I think that this is a misguided provision in the bill barring DOD and the Veterans Administration from using funds to enforce prevailing wage requirements. It has become a frequent target, as has been pointed out, and essentially all Davis-Bacon does is to ensure that workers on a federally funded government contract be paid no less than the wages paid in the community for similar work. A pretty simple concept, a fair one, and as my colleague said, it was reinstated for reconstruction contracts in the aftermath of Hurricane Katrina by former President Bush. Even as Davis-Bacon ensures a fair day's wage for our workers, it has no effect, again has been pointed out, on the total cost of construction. Studies have shown that higher productivity makes up for any additional labor cost, essentially eliminating any savings one might get from barring enforcement. So there is no deficit-cutting argument for barring Davis-Bacon in this legislation. To the contrary, if we leave this language untouched, in essence what we are doing is cheating workers of a fair wage, and that includes returning veterans who may work on these projects with no cost savings to show for it. In 2009, the group Helmets to Hard Hats registered over 26,000 active duty veterans, National Guardsmen, reservists, on their website to help them pursue careers in the construction sector. Labor and management plan on spending $20 million over the next 5 years to train these veterans. These men and women, they've served our nation. They're now trying to make the transition back to the private sector, are exactly the people who would be denied a fair wage by this provision. We should be supporting veterans with this appropriations bill, not cutting them off at the knees for no fiscal reason whatsoever. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment and do what is right by our workers and our veterans. Thank you.
Chairman Culberson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The starting point for our debate throughout the year on every bill, on every issue, on every vote is to remember that every dollar we spend is borrowed. And I've handed this out to you so you can see the spreadsheet. This is from the CBO's most recent estimate that we're bringing in $2.23 trillion in revenue every year, but we pay out $2.3 trillion in mandatory spending. So all of it's borrowed. In that environment, a record debt, record deficit, incredible burden being passed on to our kid, we have an obligation, as we have done so on every subcommittee, to find every dollar of savings we can. And for the first time under Chairman Rogers' leadership, we've swept that money back to pay down the deficit, back to taxpayers, rather than shift it around the committee to be spent elsewhere. And that's a huge change, Mr. Chairman, in the culture of the committee, which we all as taxpayers owe you a great debt of gratitude for. And the prohibition of Davis-Bacon wages is a part of that effort to save money. In a free market, in an economy as depressed as we have today in America, why would we stick by any law that would artificially drive up wage rates and prevent employers to compete, contractors to compete for that work? A contractor that doesn't pay the prevailing wage can't even compete for the job. Not only that, not only would we be creating jobs by keeping this language in the bill, but let's assume for the sake of argument, as Mr. LaTourette points out, that the CBO, I think you said, estimates that the Davis-Bacon Act raises the cost of a project by 3.7%. We'll say it's 4%. The other studies I've given you, the U.S. Chamber says it's a 15% increase. You can see the others. I think the highest are on here. Heritage Foundation says 22. Well, the difference between 4 and 22 is 18, so the median is going to be, that's 4 plus 9, it's 11. We'll say that the increase on average is 10%. Let's just say for the sake of argument that the average increase in the cost of a construction, the cost to our kids. Remember who's paying for this. Our kids and our grandkids are paying for this. So the average cost to our children and grandchildren of a construction project under our jurisdiction, the third largest bill in our subcommittee, in our committee, for example, military construction. We've got $11.5 billion, Mr. Chairman, for military construction. A 10% reduction right there, bang, you've just created a $1.15 billion savings for our kids and our grandkids. For the VA, major construction, $589 million. You've obviously got immediately a $58.9 million savings to taxpayers at a 10% savings. Why would you walk away from those kind of savings for our kids and our grandkids? And why would you artificially raise the wage rate and drive employers out of an area where they might otherwise do the work? It's and this is and also the Katy Freeway in West Houston, a major construction project through my district. In Texas, it's a right-to-work state. It's a free market wages. They just bid the job out, and the best price, the best work gets the job. That was a $2.8 billion project, and there's no money in Texas. I don't know about y'all. Virginia, I know, is short of money for highways. I suspect all of you can't even find, as we are in Texas, we barely have money to fill potholes because of the economy, the downturn, et cetera. So what a marvelous thing. Without Davis-Bacon, if we could return 10% of the cost of a project to be used to build more roads, to build more, for example, veterans hospitals, or to do more work to build out more barracks for our military. That's why this language is in here. It really is a matter of pure conviction and personal philosophy on my part. If I could find a way to find a toehold for the 10th Amendment in this bill, I'd have done it. But it's not. This is one of those matters of core principle for me, and that's why I offer it to you. At a sincere, good faith effort to save money for taxpayers.
Mr. Bishop.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I hate to disagree so vehemently with my good friend, my chairman. However, we are obligated, I believe, to get the most bang for the taxpayer's buck. And while my good friend, I think mistakenly believes that including this Davis-Bacon language will somehow save money for taxpayers, I think the opposite is true. If this is understood properly, Davis-Bacon actually prevents competition for federal construction contracts from artificially depressing local labor standards. If we subvert the prevailing wage laws, it'll lead to shoddy construction and substantial cost overruns, and that's been documented. The higher wages and the higher skills will result in higher productivity and lower costs to taxpayers, and ultimately less debt for the generations that we want to protect, my granddaughter and our grandchildren and our children's children. Higher wages, will definitely result in more cost effectiveness. It won't help balance the federal budget because it fails to take into account the spin-off economic benefits of maintaining the prevailing wages. When workers' incomes go down, as they would if this language is allowed to be included in this bill, the workers will have less money to spend purchasing the goods and to make investments. And when the businesses close where they would have spent that money or cut back as a result, the tax revenues to our federal government will decline, and of course, the social expenditures will go up. And I know that my good friend would not like to see that happen. He'd like for everybody to be productive. And of course, I think this Davis-Bacon ensures that we get the most bang for our buck. So I reluctantly have to disagree with my colleague, and I feel very strongly that we are being penny-wise and pound-foolish if we should gut the Davis-Bacon language. And I think the House has spoken on it, and I agree with Mr. Latourette that we don't need to continue to beat that mule.
Chair wishes to recognize that we will have votes on the floor about 4:15, so we got 20 minutes, and we will finish this bill before we leave. Ms. McCollum.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know when we talk up here, we're put into two parties here, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party. I'm from the Democratic Farmer Labor Party. Labor is part of who we are, just as much as the farming community is part of who we are, and being a Democrat is part of who we are from the state of Minnesota. So I'm very passionate about this because I think two Republicans had a great idea. Davis-Bacon, a Senator James Davis, Republican from Pennsylvania, and Republican Robert Bacon, Republican from New York. They had a bill that was signed into law in 1931 as a response to the Great Depression by President Hoover. Now, why did they do that? They wanted to make sure when tax dollars were being used that there wasn't a race to the bottom from wages. People who had contributed through the federal taxes for federal projects, they wanted to make sure that there wasn't a race to the bottom. They wanted to make sure that their community's wages were protected. These are about your community's wages, the prevailing wage in your community. They wanted to make sure that those families got paid the right wage that had been set by the community for the labor being done with tax dollars. So at a time when our economy is fragile and recovering, that we should tell communities that federal dollars, when they come in, their federal dollars won't be used to support the prevailing wage, the community wage in that area, that we would go to a race to the bottom, as Mr. Latourette so eloquently pointed out happened in Katrina, is just, to me, morally wrong. And so I would encourage people to support the Latourette.
Mr. Farr.
Thank you. I don't think there's anything broken here that needs to be fixed. I've been in elective office for 36 years at local, state, and federal level, and I've never had anybody come up to me and complain, oh, do you know that street, that courthouse, that schoolhouse, the bridge, the tunnel, public works project, those are just too expensive. The construction was too expensive. Nobody's ever complained about it. The infrastructure's been built under prevailing wage, and we have prevailing wage at the local level and the state level, so you're not really gonna change everything. You're not gonna save any monies because, frankly, the process also requires that it has to be publicly bid. You know, you don't have to do that in private sector. You don't have to publicly bid things. So the best bid gets it. Doesn't have to be a union contractor. A lot of non-union contractors win these prevailing wage bids. I think that we need to realize that, look, we want to get the best professional construction we can get for public buildings and for particularly public works. As we've seen with storms and things like this, I just found that we had a contractor who was cheating on a rebuilding of a hospital by using sand that wasn't up to the grade that was required. I always wondered why we had a cement inspector working for our Caltrans. They said, well, you know what? That's what they do when they try to sort of cut back. They'll cut back on a less quality sand. The problem is that that's the kind of sand that will make the bridge fall apart if there's an earthquake. So that's why we insist on it. I mean, these things, these requirements in law are there for a good reason. And in all due respect, Mr. Culberson, I think this is where you're not going to find any savings. It's, you may know the price of everything, but there's a value here that we have to support.
Mr. Honda.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and a question to Mr. Culberson. The amount of money that we're looking at in terms of for construction, what percentage of that is going to be spent overseas? Do you know?
That's a good question. I'm not, we're going to have obviously some portion, for example, for Guam. We're moving Marines ultimately from Okinawa to Guam. There's expenses there, but I couldn't give you off the top of my head.
And so it's possible that we'll have U.S. tax dollars being bidded for, whose contractors, if they're successful without Davis-Bacon, that they may be employing foreign workers using federal U.S. tax dollars to do construction.
Yes, and they'll actually be bidding without the Davis-Bacon restriction. They'll bid out for the best price for the job. 2/3 of the jobs created in the United States were created in Texas in the most recent job report. And one of the principal reasons is we're a right-to-work state, and we have very low taxes, no personal income tax, not much litigation, little regulation. But above all, we're a right-to-work state, and 2/3 of the jobs are created.
Well, my point is that we're using U.S. tax dollars.
Yes, sir.
To use to be paying for construction by workers who may not be U.S. citizens.
Well, they're going to hire local labor in Guam, for example, and I think they'll hire local labor, for example, in Germany, in Japan. Yes, sir, that's correct. So some portion
And
of this
so,
right.
And Guam is one of our territories, and it seems to me that there has been some sense that using living wage or prevailing wages would be something that would be beneficial to the people of Guam, and also be able to attract workers from, say, from Hawaii and other places that are taxpayers, and returning that money back into our economy rather than having sent to another country.
Well, perhaps, yes, sir, but also remember, this is not 1931. This law is really a relic of an ancient age when there weren't all these other protections built in for workers. For companies are going to bend over backwards today to provide health care, to provide good wages, to attract people to work for them.
I understand,
we don't need to worry about this anymore. This is the 21st century.
I understand, Mr. Chairman, and I know that it's over 70 years, but we're still in a recession, and our people need work, and they need the kind of income that would sustain them. If it were less than that, then they would be subject to our welfare system, which would be another hit, and perhaps an unseen hit, on our tax dollars. So it may be penny wise but pound foolish.
Ms. Lee.
Thank you very much. I rise in support of this amendment, and just want to say a couple of things. First of all, you know, we all care about saving money and deficit reduction, but we all recognize that this is not going to do that in terms of actually repealing Davis-Bacon for these projects. We have to also be concerned about the economic security of workers during this very difficult economic times. It's very important to recognize the Davis-Bacon projects, very clear that they are projects that are completed on time. In the long term, they require lower maintenance and repair costs. We do get a big bang for our bucks, but most importantly, it's the employees and the workers who are able to take care of their families, pay for their health care, and do what they need to do to live the American dream. Anything that undercuts this, I think, would be a travesty for this committee to do. And so I hope, and I was born in Texas, Mr. Culberson, and I have family in Texas, so I understand the right to work laws very well, and I know the other side of that also, and what it has done in terms of some of those negative impacts. And so I would hope that we would support this amendment and be on the side of American workers and ensure that they too achieve the American dream by not undercutting their wages and not allowing these construction bids to go amok by allowing contractors to underbid what's taking place. Thank you.
Is there further discussion on the amendment? If not, Mr. LaTourrette's recognized for 1 minute to close.
Real short, and I know why everybody loves Mr. Culberson, because he was able to take two trusted studies from the GAO and CRS and somehow put it together with Heritage and come up with a 10% across-the-board savings. So my congratulations to you. I would say that 1931, 1956 National Highway System adopted by Dwight Eisenhower as a law of the land since then, and my friend Mr. Calvert has kindly reminded me one of the true supporters was Ronald Reagan. Yield back.
Time for debate has expired. All in favor of the amendment say aye. Aye. And opposed, no?
No.
Noes appear to have it. Roll call is requested. Is there sufficient showing of hands? There is.
Absolutely.
Clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Adderholt? No. Mr. Adderholt, no. Mr. Alexander? Mr. Alexander, aye. Mr. Austria? No. Mr. Austria, no. Mr. Bishop? Mr. Bishop, aye. Mr. Bonner? No. Mr. Bonner, no. Mr. Calvert? No. Mr. Calvert, no. Mr. Carter? No. Mr. Carter, no. Mr. Cole? No. Mr. Cole, no. Mr. Crenshaw? No. Mr. Crenshaw, no. Mr. Culberson?
No.
Mr. Culberson, no. Ms. DeLauro? Aye. Ms. DeLauro, aye. Mr. Dent? Mr. Dent, no. Mr. Diaz-Balart? Mr. Diaz-Balart, aye. Mr. Dix? Aye. Mr. Dix, aye. Mrs. Emerson? Aye. Mrs. Emerson, aye. Mr. Farr? Aye. Mr. Farr, aye. Mr. Fatah? Aye. Mr. Fatah, aye. Mr. Flake? Mr. Flake, no. Ms. Granger? No. Ms. Granger, no. Mr. Graves? No. Mr. Graves, no. Mr. Hinchy? Yes. Mr. Hinchy, aye. Mr. Honda?
Yes.
Mr. Honda? Mr. Honda, aye. Mr. Jackson? Ms. Capter? Aye. Ms. Capter, aye. Mr. Kingston? No. Mr. Kingston, no. Mr. Latham? No. Mr. Latham, no. Mr. LaTourette? Mr. LaTourette, aye. Ms. Lee?
Aye.
Ms. Lee, aye. Mr. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Lewis, no. Mrs. Lowy? Aye. Mrs. Lowy, aye. Mrs. Lummis? No. Mrs. Lummis, no. Ms. McCullum? Aye. Ms. McCullum, aye. Mr. Moran?
Aye.
Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Nunnally? No. Mr. Nunnally, no. Mr. Olver?
Aye.
Mr. Olver, aye. Mr. Pastor? Mr. Price? Aye. Mr. Price, aye. Mr. Reberg? Aye. Mr. Reberg, aye. Mr. Rogers?
No.
Mr. Rogers, no. Mr. Rothman?
Aye.
Mr. Rothman, aye. Ms. Roybal Allard? Aye. Ms. Roybal Allard, aye. Mr. Schiff?
Aye.
Mr. Schiff, aye. Mr. Serrano? Aye. Mr. Serrano, aye. Mr. Simpson? No. Mr. Simpson, no. Mr. Visklosky? Aye. Mr. Visklosky, aye. Mr. Wolf? No. Mr. Wolf, no. Mr. Womack? No. Mr. Womack, no. Mr. Yoder? No. Mr. Yoder, no. Mr. Young?
No.
Mr. Young, no.
Are there members who have not voted? Members wish to change their vote? If not, the clerk will tally.
Where's Jesse? Did Jesse win? Where's Jesse? Where's Jesse?
On this vote, the yeas are 24, nays are 23. The amendment is adopted. Are there other amendments? Gentleman from Texas. Clerk will denote.
Amendment by Mr. Carter. At the end of
Motion
Title
made
I,
to
add the following
dispense with the
new
reading,
section.
which is unanimously agreed to. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, what this amendment does is very simple. It basically requires that the Army follow its own regulations and report, and it allows this Congress to do oversight on some of the ideas that the Army has. In its simplest form, my amendment denies the use of any funds that will be used to accommodate the restationing of an Army unit consisting of 200 or more personnel. And personnel is not only soldiers, but Army civilian employees or Army contractors, unless the Secretary of the Army certifies to the Congressional Defense Committees that the Army has complied with its own guidelines considering unit restationing as outlined in Army Regulation 5-10. 5-10 is a two-page series of regulations that takes common sense examinations of the issues concerning why you might move soldiers and contractors from one location to the other. And if they just use this common sense and follow their own rules, then it'll make sense to the rest of us as we look at these things as they're going around.
Chairman Culberson.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we agree with the amendment, the intent of the author, and the way we'll accept the amendment.
Mr.
We
Bishop.
accept the amendment.
Bishop? We have no objection. Would welcome
Thank
the
you,
amendment as an
gentlemen.
addition to the bill.
Nice working
All
with
in
you.
favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion agreed to. Further amendments, Ms. McCollum.
Mr. Chair, I have an amendment at the desk, and I would like the amendment that's used at the bottom, because I have a technical correction dated May 24th, 11:38 a.m.
Clerk will designate.
Amendment by Ms. McCollum. At the end of the bill, before the short title, insert the following.
Is
Section,
unanimous consent requested
none
to
of the
dispense
funds
with the reading?
made
So ordered.
available.
Gentlelady may explain.
I believe that the chairman, when we spoke on the floor, would
Yes.
take the amendment.
Yes.
And I know that the full committee chairman's in a hurry, so this is just to uphold that if someone has, a corporation has been convicted of a felony, that they not be entitled to receiving a state or federal, if they've had a state or federal felony within the preceding 24 months, that they not be able to be eligible for a federal contract.
Would the gentlelady yield on this just for a
Please.
second? Are you talking about any federal contract or just in this bill?
Just in this bill.
Mr. Culberson.
Yeah, I think the amendment makes good sense, and we are pleased to accept it.
Mr.
Ms.
Bishop.
We don't have any objections to this.
All in favor say aye.
Convicted.
All opposed, no. Ayes have it, motion's agreed to. Further amendments, Mr. Flake.
I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will read.
Amendment by Mr. Flake. At the end of the bill, before the short title, insert the following new
consent to
section.
dispense with
Unanimous
the-
consent requested to dispense with the reading, which is granted.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment is simple. It would simply prohibit the use of funds in the bill from enforcing Executive Order 13502 and its supporting Federal Acquisition Council regulations. In February of 2009, President Obama signed Executive Order 13502. It said, quote, "The policy of the federal government is to encourage executive agencies to consider requiring the use of project labor agreements in connection with large-scale construction projects." This executive order doesn't mandate that federal agencies enter into PLAs, but the problem is subsequent implementing guidance has been a little nebulous on the subject, and it's led some agencies to interpret the executive order as requiring them to at least consider the use of PLAs. Therefore, compliance with this executive order is resulting in delayed military construction projects, strained resources, expenditure of additional funds on manpower and attorney fees and bureaucratic box checking. It's simply unnecessary. This would simply bring the federal government back to the policy of neutrality toward the awarding of these contracts. It allows the free market to work best and deliver the taxpayers the best possible product at the lowest possible price.
Chairman Culberson.
Mr. Chairman, I'd strongly support this amendment. The executive order that Mr. Flake is referring to would allow the federal government to impose collective bargaining on any private company doing business with the federal government. That's an incredible reach of power that I don't think's been done before. And let me read you from the agreement, from the link very briefly. This says a project labor agreement means a pre-hire collective bargaining agreement with one or more labor organizations. And then the executive order says, in awarding any contract in connection with a large-scale construction project, the executive branch may require the use of a project labor agreement by a contractor where the use of the agreement, advances the federal government's interests and promotes, mom and apple pie. They're going to impose collective bargaining agreements on every private contractor doing business with the federal government. Mr. Flake's amendment is very important, and I urge its adoption.
Mr. Bishop?
We strongly object to the gentleman's amendment. The Executive Order 13502 gives federal officials the option to determine if it is right for a particular construction project. It does not require it, and the only instance in which it would be applied is where it's in the best interest of the federal government's bang for the buck for a particular project. If they want high standards, if they want to make sure that they don't have cost overruns, they want to make sure they have the proper skills involved in performing the contract, then they will ask, and they may optionally include the project labor agreement. The executive order is only to promote efficiency in federal procurement. It's a pre-hire agreement that establishes the terms and the conditions of the employment for a specific construction project. It asks that the federal agencies submit reports identifying all the contracts awarded for these large-scale construction projects and whether or not a project labor agreement was used on the projects. It allows all of the contractors and subcontractors to compete for the contracts and the subcontracts, and it contains guarantees against strikes, lockouts, or any kind of similar job disruptions and it provides binding procedures for resolving labor disputes that could arise. It provides for mechanisms for the labor and the management cooperation on all of the matters of mutual interest and concern, such as productivity, quality of work, safety, health, and it includes any additional requirements that the agency deems necessary. Including this language would be a big mistake, since this executive order ensures that construction projects are built correctly the first time, on time, and as a result, on budget for the end user. In addition, this order would prevent costly delays that usually result from an unskilled workforce's lack of knowledge regarding the use of building materials or tools, as well as job site safety measures. This would only add more cost to taxpayers, provide substandard facilities for our military and for our veterans, and I would strongly urge that our committee reject this commitment and vote no. With all due respect to the gentleman from Arizona.
Mr. LaTourette.
Mr. Chairman, Section 5 of the executive order specifically indicates it's not mandatory. It lays within the authority within the agencies. To Mr. Flake's point, however, his amendment doesn't strike project labor agreements. It denies funding for a specific purpose. The specific purpose that it denies funding for is for the head of an agency to do a comparative between project labor agreements and non-project labor agreements and where the federal government can get the best value for its dollar. By denying that funding, we'll never know. We'll never know whether the project labor agreement's better or whether a different arrangement is better. And that was signed in February of 2009. It obviously hasn't made project labor agreements the law of the land. As you know from Elmendorf Air Force Base in Alaska, in December 2010, a non-project labor agreement, and again, just like Davis-Bacon, project labor agreements have requirements that you have to say who's working for you, that they're citizens, that they have a Social Security number, and what you're paying them. The contractor up in Anchorage was smuggling 4 illegals from California, not surprisingly, 4 illegals from California in his pickup truck every day onto a secure Air Force base, building the hangars for the new fighter planes for the United States of America. 2 have been deported, one's awaiting a hearing, and one's in jail because he had a criminal history in California. PLAs stop all that, and the biggest user of PLAs, 90% of PLAs, are done by private enterprise, not the government. Anybody know who's the biggest user of PLAs? Walmart. I ask his amendment be rejected.
Laurel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add my voice to this debate and rise in opposition to this amendment. This really, I think, if we characterize what we have here as part of a union-busting agenda. I think that that's what it basically is all about. Nothing to do with cutting the deficit, supporting troops, veterans, everything to do with undermining workers' rights. That's what we're talking about here. The amendment clearly has been pointed out by my colleagues that the executive order only says that agencies may, on a project-by-project basis, require the use of such a project labor agreement. Never required agencies to use such an agreement on any construction project. It's hard to see what the goal is here. Project labor agreements contribute to the economy and the efficiency of federal construction projects, keeps them on time and on budget, brings all the contractors, subcontractors to agree to a standard set of conditions from the beginning of the project. They're nothing new. PLAs have been used on some of the most famous consequential construction projects in our history. Hoover Dam Bypass Bridge and the projects under the Tennessee Valley Authority, just to name a few. Despite all the rhetoric on the other side, the PLAs increase the cost of construction projects. There's no evidence. My colleague from Ohio mentioned the Economic Policy Institute. They reviewed a series of studies for and against prevailing wage laws and concluded there was no adverse impact on contract costs. There's no point to this amendment at all except to damage workers' rights and engage in another round of union busting. I urge my colleagues to oppose it. We, quite frankly, have better things to do right now, like create jobs, like growing the economy, and to protect people who are out of work and who need a hand at this time. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Ms. Lee?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I
On the amendments?
oppose this amendment. And let me just say, for all of the reasons that our ranking member and Congressman Galar and others have enunciated today, but also I just want to make a couple of points. I have been very involved in several project labor agreements, and I know for a fact that oftentimes PLAs provide so many jobs in communities that would not benefit from the jobs. They never would have included workers in the areas in which these projects were designed. I know for a fact that many of the PLAs allow for local hires, whereas on some of these projects, local residents never would have been hired. People from outside of our districts, outside of the state would have come in. And I know for a fact that these project labor agreements, when decided upon, provide opportunities for young men and women of color, people who never would have been a part of any project because of all of the historical reasons which we know. And so I oppose this amendment because I know that it adds to the economic vitality of our country. It provides for the inclusion of employees and workers who never would have been included on any of these projects. And so I urge the committee to consider the fact that by adopting this amendment, you'll be shutting out a lot of qualified individuals from these jobs that are secured by the PLA agreements.
Is there further brief discussion? Hearing none. The gentleman's recognized for 1 minute to close.
I thank the gentleman. There's been some talk about this amendment getting rid of the possibility of a project labor agreement being entered into. It doesn't do that at all. I wish I could claim the title of union buster. That hardly applies here. It's really not. Let me just give you one example of where it would be useful. When it's being said that this just doesn't require project labor agreement, that is true, but some of the agencies have interpreted it as it has. The Corps of Engineers interpreted it to require them to consider the use of a PLA. In one instance, they actually issued bid solicitation that required bidders to use a PLA. There were protests, And so they came back and said, well, you just give additional consideration if they did have a PLA. And that just delayed the implementation of the project. In the end, a bidder was selected that did not use a PLA. So all it did was added legal fees and delay for no reason at all. So all this does is get rid of the bureaucratic hassle that this sometimes creates. That's what we're trying to do here. I yield back.
Will the gentleman,
All time for debate has expired. All those in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. No. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. Are there further amendments? If not, I recognize Mr. Young for a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move to favorably report the bill making appropriations for military construction, the Department of Veterans Affairs, and related agencies for fiscal year 2012 to the House.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion is agreed to. Congratulations to the chairman, Culberson, and Mr. Bishop, ranking member.
Mr. Chairman?
So noted.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Would you mind making an announcement about the Ag Subcommittee meeting immediately?
I'll recognize the gentleman to do that.
For those of you who are on the Agriculture Subcommittee, we will meet immediately across the hallway and try to get as much of that done before the vote as possible. Thank you.
I ask unanimous consent that the staff be given the authority to make technical and conforming changes to the items approved today. Without objection, so ordered. If there's no further business, the committee stands adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, thank you, Mr.
Good work.